péyàn làwọn lọ ń ṣe báyìí àbí nǹkan tẹ̀ ń ṣe gan nìyẹn ẹ̀bẹ́ kí n pè yín. What were you looking at? All right, what's the name, sir? Temitayo. Wow, you're welcome, sir. I hope you're happy to be here today. Ojú yín dùn wò. Àwọn wo náà máa ń bá yín ṣe kí ni? Àwọn bàbá ló gé. But àwọn bébí ló tọ́ọ̀ṣì ńkọ́? You don't know anything about that one. All right, a round of applause for Mr. Temitayo Abi. All right, opening prayer, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Okay, can we close our eyes and bow our heads, please? Okay, our Lord and our God, we bless your name. Thank you for today. Thank you for everyone here. We bless your name for the owner of today's event. We thank you for the kind of life you've given us to him. Thank you for everybody we've come here to learn from. And we pray that your glory is exalted at the end of today's event in the name of Jesus. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed.
Thank you, sir. Ẹ bá mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún brother yìí. You know, the events differ. The environment of the events differs from what you would get from an MC. A good one for that matter. When I called Mr. Temitayo for the opening prayer, you know, if it were to be an event like a wedding, àwọn ọmọge tí wọ́n mọ̀ wọ́n, tí wọ́n wà bí ẹ understand, wọ́n ti máa ṣe wọ́n ti máa Temitayo, like wọ́n ti máa fún yín ní gbogbo àwọn gigs yẹn. You understand? But because of the kind of events that we had, the environment, so serene and cool, and we have gentlemen here. So, but on that day, kò sẹ́yìn ọ̀tọ̀ kankan tó hélì yín, ẹ dìde, ẹ bá mi dìde lẹ́ẹ̀kan sí kó tún pàtẹ́wọ́ fún yín, ẹ kàn dìde. Ó yẹ bá ń pàtẹ́wọ́ fún wọn dáadáa. Anyway. Surely, goodness and mercy shall follow you all the days of our ejoko. So, mi fẹ́ rólé apá kan kí wọ́n á dá apá kan sí. And at least the environment is still very much friendly. We are just entering into the mood of the event. And let's do it the way it is being done. Wọ́n ní ká ṣe bí wọ́n ṣe máa ń ṣe, kó lè bá rí bó ṣe máa ń rí. Brother wa kan ni wọ́n ti ń mirí yẹn. Tó bá yẹ kí Muslim ni àwọn náà máa padà bá wa ṣe nǹkan tá a fẹ́ ṣe. Ṣé Muslim ni yín sà? Ẹ yí gangan. Muslim ni? All right, sir. Ẹ máa bọ̀ sà. Bá a ṣe máa ń mú àwọn tó máa ṣiṣẹ́ pọ̀ pẹ̀lú wa ní event nìyẹn. Báyìí máa ń mú wọn. I don't stress myself at events. Tó bá jẹ́ wedding, kò bá jẹ́ pé èèyàn tó. We even embarrass the MC too. Because by the time you start calling someone and the person is not responding. Kí lorúkọ yín sà? Alhaji Abi. Àwọn èèyàn Nigeria làwọn ọlọ́mọ ayẹ̀kẹ́ yẹn ríṣù. Some people they don't joke with their title. Alhaji Abdulkadri. Ìyẹn ń ṣe doctor ti yín. Ẹ máa rí ẹ ṣe máa di doctor. Ẹ ṣàmì. Ẹ̀yin lè máa ṣe prayer in the ways of the Muslims. You are welcome, sir.
First of all, take permission from my royal father. The paramount king, His Royal Majesty Olofofofa, ably represented by CEO, a drum that doesn't make noise. Sallu ala Nabil Karim. We give glory to Almighty Allah, who has spared our life up till today. Also, give glory to him to bring everybody down here successfully. I pray in the name of Allah that whatever we lay our hand here today will be successful. Inshallah, biqudratillah, bismillah, inna Thank you.
A round of applause for Alhaji Abdul Qadri. Thank you very much, sir. So without wasting more of our time, I would like to do some introductions. We have His Royal Majesty, Oba Mofuta Ogbadamosi, Ishuwoye Abi, Ishuwoye Olofa of Ofa, ably represented by Chief Musbao Olalekan Olani. Let us all say Kábíyèsí. Kadi pelori kibata pelese. Kẹ̀sìn ọba kó jókòó pẹ́. Káwọn olórí kó máa ṣiṣẹ́ ìbí. The person representing Kábíyèsí is Ààrẹ Bọ́ba Jíròrò of Ọ̀fàland. You are welcome, sir. Sir, is it Bọ́ba Jíròrò or Bọ́ba Jíròrò? It's still the same thing. All right, sir. Eba mi pàtẹ́wọ́ fún Chief. All right. So without wasting much of our time, I would like to go to the opening remarks of this event. And that will be done by Alhaji Akim. I hope Alhaji Akim is here. Is Alhaji Akim here? Alhaji Akim Oyewale. Shanti Wambi Bai. Hello, sir. He's not here. Okay. Okay. If Alhaji Akim is not here, can we go to the Goodwill message by His Eminence? Hello, are we set? So we'll be having the Goodwill message by Emir Sanusi. We all know him now. Abi? Is there anyone here that doesn't know Emir Sanusi? Okay. Okay. Okay, like I said earlier, why we await the next thing that we need to do. We are here because of Alhaji Suraj Oyewale. And you know, it's a book launch. And one thing that is the funniest thing about we Africans is there's this saying that if you want to hide something away from an African, just put that thing inside where? Inside a book. I read this story on social media. I don't know how true the story is because as a media person, if I read anything that is unverified, I don't get moved because it could just be a fluke from someone. So the story goes thus that a pastor went to visit one of his members, church members. So they served that pastor, after dinner. And there was a golden spoon in that house. That means a lot to the owner of the house. The man doesn't joke with it. He only allows whoever is special to him to hit with the spoon. So that day, we always respect our fathers and our pastors so much. And that day, the man said, okay, the wife should serve that pastor with that golden spoon. So, and after the meal, so the pastor now took when you're having like a dinner in the house, when you're now taking photograph and all that, people will be scattered in the house and nobody will even know what somebody is doing. So the pastor just left the dinner table after the meal and he took the spoon. He called the maid in the house that the maid should gently wash the spoon. That he doesn't want anybody to know about what he wants to do. After washing the spoon, she handed over the spoon back to the pastor. So the pastor took the spoon and wrapped it and keep it inside the bookshelf, the side where they have their spiritual books, the Bibles and other books that relates to spiritual matters. So, like a month after the pastor's visitation, one emir, someone like our emir Sanusi, someone came to the house and also visit that man, and the man was looking for the golden spoon. He couldn't find the golden spoon. You know, the visitor was kind of embarrassed because it has been the culture of that man that whoever visits him, he makes use of that spoon to serve their meal. Over a year, this man keep having prominent visitors, but they could not find where the golden spoon is. But the wife of that man keep telling the man that, the last time we used this spoon, we gave it to our pastor. Is it possible for Papa to, Papa cannot steal this spoon now because the spoon is a golden spoon. They've been looking for the spoon. But because the person involved is a pastor, they don't know how to approach the man in the church that, hello, sir, our father in the Lord. The last time you came to our house, you were the one that helped with our golden spoon. And, it goes on and on like that. 2 years, 3 years, 4 years. The man decided not to go to their house. Whenever they call him for any special event in the house, he would just give them one excuse or the other. The wife was not like, hey, dear, I don't like the way you do things. Women. Let's approach pastor. What pastor is doing is not good. What pastor has done is not good. Can you go like, all our church members need to know that he's the one that stole the golden spoon. But because of the spiritual matter between them and their pastor, sir, I'm waiting. Hello, Sam. So, because of that, they could not approach the pastor. After 5 years, this man was having a special day like this, and after the event, the pastor now told him that, hello, doctor, fine. Because of that, he said, fine. Well, maybe the wife will have the courage. Women, except what women don't want to do. I'm sorry, Elijah. Except in when a woman respects you, or just about disrespecting, to cut the long story short, I think the committee, they are about to meet me. When the pastor, when he got to their house and the woman was about, she was raking already. Like, calm down. What happened? You have to take things easy. After 5 years, so the pastor now that they were arguing. The pastor now called the doctor. Doctor, what happened? He said, Pastor, no problem, sir. He said, there is a problem. There is a problem. What happened? Why? For the years I've known you and your wife, you really have argument. Like, even if you have issues, it's always within the house and you come to church to tell me that these and we solve things amicably. He now said, sir, I must be honest with you. Since the last time you came here over 5 years ago, I've not been able to be so good to my special guest any longer. I said, why? He said, because the golden spoon that we have in the that we served you, he doesn't even know how to put it. The pastor said, doctor, calm down. He now heard the doctor. He held the doctor in his hand like this. He heard him, sir, follow me. Inside your own house, the pastor now took him to the bookshelf. A shelf where we have a lot of books. He said, okay, maybe let's start looking for the golden spoon. He said, Pastor, I don't understand though. He said, the golden spoon is somewhere around here. Tell the next person beside you, say, read. The next person beside you, sir, I said, read. 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 Read books. After me, say after me, sir. Read books. Read books. Because there is knowledge in it. Say it, sir. You can imagine for 5 years, apart from the Andy Bible that they always took to church every Sunday, the one they have in the car. Big men now, they stress themselves. Now we see you understand? They have everything inside the car. Am I right or right? Now all of Nadia now, Abi, everything is inside the car. So apart from the Andy Bible that they took along, that they always take to the church every Sunday, they've never took it upon themselves as the family, like to go to the bookshelf and pick any of the spiritual books for 5 years. Because they are Africans. Said, if you want to hide something from, an important thing from an African person, just hide that thing inside a book. I won't lie to you. We are all caught in this act. I have a whole lot of books inside my house. But I know, I can't even tell you, maybe I read up to 10 in a year. But the truth is, let us try as much as possible to read books. By the time the pastor now moved to the parts where they have the spiritual books, and the doctor started crying. The pastor now looked at him like, so you mean for the past 5 years, you've never come to this part of your bookshelf? That is how bad we are. No, I'm so sorry. Oh. That is how funny we are when it comes to the act of reading. Okay. Okay, thank you. So, that is how funny it is when we are bringing books to the forefront of an African man. We don't read. And that is the reason why we are here. So, we are here because of Mr. Dr. Alhaji Suraj Oyewale. And it's a book launch. I've talked about our habit of reading and the story of the golden spoon. Can anyone here come forward to tell us what you know about the author of the books that we're about to launch today? Don't let me call you, so that it won't be as if you are caught unaware. Hey, so that it won't be as if MC is just pointing at people. Let's start from, I want somebody to just be our number one. The diamond person, number one. Someone, oh, my brother. A round of applause for that brother. A round of applause for him. As if you knew I wanted to call you. Wow. I like your cap. So you want to say something about Mr. Suraj? Jarus.
Glory to God. My name is Hafiz. I'm one of the players in a team managed by Jarus, local club. So I know him, at least he's been with us for, if I'm not mistaken, 2 years, right? So he's someone that gives 100% into whatever he does. He's always dedicated, a top professional, great person. And I've not read the book. I don't think anyone here too has. But I'm sure whoever that reads that book, it will have a huge positive impact on that person. So he's a great person, and God will continue to uplift him. Thank you very much.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow. There's something we learn, we unlearn, and we relearn. Hope I'm right. And that thing that I learned this morning, again, in addition to what I've learned in life, is this. Thank God we are talking about a book. And the quote also relates to a book. Is there anyone here that can say what I'm about to say? You. All right, sir. You can. A round of applause for him. You don't judge a book by its cover. Before we go to the next person, something happened to me late last year. I went to host an event somewhere in Abeokuta. So I was coming back to Lagos. I did not go with a car. And you know, Lagos boy now will always look for a way. If your clients, you know, if either you are an MC or not, as long as you are rendering service, this particular era that we are in Nigeria, if the person is not calling you on time, you call the person back. Because they will get someone that will do it at a lesser price. And the person might not even do it better than you. But at least the work will be done. Abi? So I got the event and I went and, you know, things doesn't go as planned, but at least I was paid. So I was looking for a way to cut costs too. So I decided to come through Shagam from Abeokuta. I entered that interchange and, you know, I dropped there and I wanted to pick bus to Jodoberga. So I entered the same bus with one guy. That guy, he has his hair painted. Please, I'll call the next person. Brother, you be prepared, sir. You. Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So, you know, I met the guy in the bus. His hair painted in whatever color. I think gold. The BS too was painted. I was afraid because, and you know, the driver was, I was like, hey, MC KBC. You know, I was telling myself, I hope I've not entered the wrong bus. You know it's this same guy started discussing with the person next to him. They didn't know each other. But you know, guys, we flow easily. They started talking. And I was just like, this same guy on this painted hairstyle and the painted vest, is it the one flowing? Or am I mistaking him for another person? And the driver still continues. I was just like, the next thing, the guy also gave him back. Driver, hold on, putting it to you. You know, they started, the banter was just going on. And the guy was still communicating with the guy next to him. You know, said something that drew my attention. He said, in life, as a man, whatever you do, you have to put your family first. A round of applause for every one of us here. Because I'm very sure we have most people that we have here, most of us are married. I'm right, Abi? Am I right or right? So he said you have to put your family first. I was like, this guy is making sense. So he said something else I did not remember, but I remember that. So, you know, I tried to look for a way to, you know, you understand, to put mouth into the discussion. And we started talking. Lo and behold, this guy is also a writer like my Alhaji, Mr. Suraj. A round of applause for Mr. Suraj. The guy is a writer, he's a musician, and he said he's also trying to undertake a course in mass communication. I was like, So sometimes we don't judge a book by its cover. I won't lie to you. As of today, after that day that we met, I've gone to Elysian to host an album launch. Like I'm hosting a book launch here today for that guy. I'm not joking. So we don't judge a book by its cover. Eba mi pate of brother and consider that brother. So sir, let's have you. You're welcome, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Okay, so my name is Demola. I've known Mr. Suraj since 2013. That was Nyaland days. I could remember then, I always looked forward to his articles, to his write-ups on Nyaland. So I searched him out on Facebook and I saw he was very, very active then on Facebook. I don't know now. I don't know. But on Twitter, he's still very active. So, so I told my brother about him that I read about someone online. My brother is Razak Abiola. I know you know him. All right, so I told him that I read about someone online, and he said, oh, he was my senior in Ife, and he made a first class. He's very brilliant. He's very good and all. So I said, wow, I love him so much, and, you know, I would love him to be my mentor. So I reached out to him on Facebook then, and I subscribed for a training. All right, I paid for it because I always believe that if you want something tangible from someone, it has to come at a cost, right? So I paid for that course, And from there, it's always been wonderful. And, I just reached out to him that, sir, I would love to be here today. And he sent me the invite. So Mr. Jarus is a very wonderful person. He's very brilliant. He's, I always love to, read from him anytime he posts online, LinkedIn, Twitter, Nairaland, and, he's just a wonderful person. Please let me appreciate him. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. So, as we continue in the event, so we want you to remain calm and seated. The event is loaded, as most of us have known, through the media document that we have shared. So at this point, I think it's in order for us to bring Mr. Jarus to the podium to, give us a short word of what we are to expect today. Is the reason why all of us are here. So I think it's going to be a proper thing at this point. Let's encourage him. Let's give him a big round of applause and invite the deadly striker. The deadly striker.
I'm not used to Agbada yet. So pardon me if this is the second time I'm wearing Agbada in 10 years. I was inducted into Social Lagos some couple of weeks back, and I think I enjoyed what I wore. And I said this time around, I also wanted to do Agbada. My tailor Mood disappointed me. He brought the Agbada 1 a.m. yesterday, and I told him that if he didn't bring it, the whole Twitter was going to be on fire. I was going to mobilize everybody to come to his shop, arrest everybody, everybody. Arrest the tailor, arrest the neighbor, arrest the landlord of the tailor, arrest anybody, everybody. So, he delivered, even though I never had the time to taste that, but I'm not sure how it looks on me. But whether it looks good or not, just tell me it looks good, okay? Don't spoil my birthday. Okay, good. Okay, thanks so much, MC, and everyone who has spoken so far. I am not a birthday person. I'm not a party person. I've never celebrated birthday in my life, and I probably need to also clarify today that this is not a birthday celebration. I clocked 40 on August 23rd, and I think it was in the newspaper. Some guys took some, full-page advert for me in the papers, and I'm more, of an intellectually inclined person. It doesn't mean that people who are intellectually inclined are also not social. I'm just not, a party person. So I said, okay. A lot of people said, okay, rather than just, I can't do the party for birthday, I can't do all of that. Okay, why not use the opportunity to launch the books you've been working on for the past 1 or 2 years? And that was what informed having this gathering. So it's a gathering it's not exactly a birthday. Of course, it's probably a celebration of Jarus, but it's not exactly a birthday party for me. So I'm not going to dance. I can't dance to save my life. I've not invited a DJ, and I told them that, if the MC tells me to come and dance, I run away, and he's not going to collect his balance. So don't tell me to come and dance. When it comes to having some of these, I carry Nigeria's problem on my head. I should be having fun on my birthday, and I said, should also be discussing Nigerian matter on my birthday. So what exactly, am I the only Nigerian? And it's because Nigeria is very, very, very passionate about, matters of policies, of politics and people. I've done a lot, in the past, almost all my life, I've always been, someone that likes, to solve issues, within my realm of influence, with my circle of friends, within all of that. So I'm very, very active online, whatever they call social media influencer, if that's what exists, that's what people call me. And I believe that, it's everything we do should be a force for change, should be a force for good. Like, whatever you have power over, try to use it in a more positive, manner. And that's why we're also here today to also have this discussion, to get some of the thought leaders come and talk to us. Not just, not just about merriment, but also for us to live here better educated. I'm a big fan of, educating people, informing people and all of that. So that's why I've structured this event not as a conventional party or a birthday event, but as something that is meant to, elicit some form of patriotism in us, that is meant to, discuss issues that affect everybody. So that's why I've called this gathering. And I'm sure you've seen a number of names here. And a lot of people, are probably expecting these people. Yes, all of them are I don't know what happens to Nigeria. November, December, everybody is not in Nigeria. I don't know why. I mean, I probably think only a few people, 80% of my people within my, people I look forward to, people within my circle of influence for, you know, the big names. If I talk to this one and say, I'm on my way to India now. If I talk to this one, I'm on my way to, I'm in London. In fact, all Nigerians are in London. 80% of the VIPs are invited. I'm in London. I'm just wondering what's happening in London. And these are not people that are Japan. They are just people that are, you know, just going there. So I'm just surprised. So, but I say, you know what? Even if you cannot make it, send Goodwill messages. All of them have sent the messages here. Some of them are going to be here. Others have recorded messages. Suraj, we are going to do this for you, okay? We are going to do this for you. We are going to send you the messages. So at some point, you know, the people behind the, you know, by the system are going to play the messages of these people. But the most important thing today is that we are going to have a symposium where some of the thought leaders, some of the people I believe are quite, you know, they have experience to share with us. They have solutions to some of our problems. Consultants, you know, public policy analysts, and all of them. I believe that, you know, they have something for us today. So we're going to have a panel at some point where they're going to discuss a topic, making Nigeria great. I don't know why I'm discussing making Nigeria great on my birthday. Whether I'm not the president of Nigeria, I'm not the governor, I'm not anything. And I'm discussing Nigeria matter when I should be probably having fun, you know, at the birthday. But notwithstanding, I believe that, and I mean go off the light for Nigeria, if everybody Jackpot finish. I mean go off the light. Let me go off the light. This one said it will be closest. My good friend said it will be closest. So I believe so strong in Nigeria, and that's why. But please, 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 never say never. So if you see me tweet from Canada in 2 years' time, don't hold me, I can't tell you that. This is why I said it was never good to Nigeria. Things change, but I mean, you know, but it's just joke. I don't have any plans to leave, and I believe that we want to make this place a better place to all of us. So the MC, the coordinator, the planning committee have been doing a good job of, you know, trying to get this, you know, well set. This Lagos is a Saturday morning. The roads, I mean, a lot of people on the road and all of that. But notwithstanding, I'm sure we're going to have a fun time here today. We're going to live here enlightened. We're going to, you know, network, meet people, discuss issues, and also, you know, celebrate, you know, Jarus if you want to. And so thank you so much for coming, and I appreciate. And I'm sure at some point, you know, we get to speak on some of these issues we have highlighted. And thanks so much, Tayo and the team. Well done.
Thank you very much, Oga Jarus. So basically, Jarus is a multifaceted kind of person. So different, you can see that we have different tags on different tables. So everybody knows Jarus for different things. But luckily for me, I think I have a right to say that I know Jarus in all the faces. So apparently, while he was writing these books, I was privy to see some of the manuscripts of the write-ups of the books, and I can tell you that this is a man that is gifted with writing. And when you are writing, of course, so there are this set of people that when they write, they try to pen things down, they do all sorts of things. But this man was pouring out right from the top of his head into the system straight away, like the things were just flowing. What is going on here? So I can appreciate the kind of work that has gone into all of this, and I want us to celebrate this talent that we are lucky to have such a person in this country as a country. Apparently, Mr. Jarus for this, and he has told us what we are to expect. So let's be seated. We'll give you a few minutes to have your breakfast while the technical unit gives us some music.
You. The devil will test everything around you. Do you understand? When the devil, you have to pray for your circle. Because when the devil touch you, we also touch everyone around you. But you know, if we all pray for ourselves, even if the devil is touching one person, at least that touching will not do what? It will not spread. It said something in his opening remark. He said, we are here to do something that will elicit some form of patronage. Alaji, hope I got you right. And, you know, there is no better networking than this. Seriously. When we have an occasion of a book launch like this, we get to meet ourselves. The MC is smart. We meet a lot of people. Like I've met my chief now. It's sure that maybe next event now, chief will call me. Chief, hope I'm in, sir. So, and a whole lot of people that we'll meet today. And I will also get to have the opportunity as the MC to have my Oga's book for free. Hello? Abi? Hope I have the MC now. Sir? You will look into it. So that at least I can always act beyond the behavior of those that couldn't find the golden spoon. Okay. So a round of applause for the writer of today. A round of applause for Alaji again, please. If you love Mr. Jarus, a round of applause for him. We have different tags on our tables. I have the pleasure to recognize the Oyewales Ebami Patel for a round of applause to them. We also have here the social media buddies, a round of applause to them. We have men, able men from Jarus FC, a round of applause to them. We also have friends, family, colleagues from PwC. A round of applause to them. This last one, it's related to why this place is bright. The name I have here is 7. Where is that table? Where is that? Okay. 7 Energy. A round of applause to them. Because most events, when anyway, we are all used to calling those supplying us electricity NEPA. So permit me to use that. They are no longer. The name is no longer the name they bears, but at least in Nigeria, is NEPA. Abi? So whenever NEPA decides to hold on to power, we don't have electricity supply. Life is always miserable, and this has always been my prayer that in Nigeria, there should be a time that we'll just celebrate like 1 month stable power supply. Tell your neighbor that it's possible. Tell your is it not possible? Why are you laughing? Tell your neighbor that it's possible. Tell your neighbor that it's possible. At least by the time we celebrate 1 month, we'll celebrate 6 months. Oh, we'll celebrate 3 months. From 3 months, we'll do 6 months. From 6 months, we'll do 12 months. That's a year. I believe it's possible. Who said it's a prayer point? All right. I would also like to recognize these people. We have in the house Dr. Tokumbo Otitoju. A round of applause for him. You'll be hearing about him very soon. We also have here Mr. Dikpo. So I'm sorry, the person that gave me these notes. Is it Mr. Dikpo Taye or Maye? A round of applause for him. And if we are to look at this banner here, this roll-up banner, we have Mr. Dikpo Maye. I've mentioned his name, Dr. Otitoju. We have Mr. JJ Omojua. A round of applause for him. And we also have Mr. Abimbola Agboluwaje. A round of applause for him. Okay, thank you very much, sir. So right now we're about to take the presentation from His Eminence Emir Sanusi, his Goodwill message. Are we set, sir?
Great pleasure for me to join you on this occasion as you celebrate your 40th birthday. I first met Suraj many years ago after having read some of his columns as governor of Central Bank. Many of you recall that these were tumultuous years for us in this country as we had a banking system about to collapse and we had to take difficult decisions around the banking space. And there was a lot of misunderstanding and misrepresentation. But at the same time, there were a few journalists, a few economists, a few writers who understood what we're doing and who continued explaining to Nigerians why those changes had to happen. And one of the most, Raj Oyewale, when I met him later, I was rather surprised that he was writing and he was in his 20s. I immediately agreed to be his friend and to be a mentor and to continue interacting with him, because he reminded me of my own days when I used to write articles on topical national issues and get myself involved in debates. It's something that always carries a lot of risk. I'm happy that he has chosen to celebrate his 40th by publishing books and by having intellectual discourses on Nigeria. And this meeting is happening at the right time as we head towards elections. I keep saying that every time we have elections in Nigeria, we don't ask our politicians to discuss the issues they should be discussing. We keep discussing North and South and Christian and Muslim. There are very few of these politicians who can actually articulate what their vision is for the Nigerian economy, whether they actually understand the nature of the problems that we face today, what they are going to do in clear terms to address these problems and set the economy on the right course. The whole concept of citizenship is something that needs to be discussed. We still have in this country Nigerians who feel that they don't belong to the country depending on where they live in. So you can be what they call a minority in any part of the country and be seen as a stranger or as almost as a foreigner rather than as a citizen of this country. We have issues with defining diversity. Our constitution talks about states of origin. We don't talk about diversity by gender. We don't talk about diversity of generations. We don't talk about diversity of skills. And as a result, we have continued to basically strengthen and intensify the fault lines that divide this country. I do hope that this will be an opportunity to discuss these issues frankly and openly, to talk about how we can rebuild this country and go back to the concept of citizenship, to include our women and our youth, and to think in a forward-looking manner and move away from populist beliefs about the unrealistic expectations around charismatic leaders, and instead build institutions and structures that work. These are the kinds of issues that I hope will be discussed. I thank all those who have taken the time to come and celebrate with Suraj. I congratulate Suraj once more, and I congratulate you on the work you're doing. And I do hope that you'll have many more years of contributing to discourse in our great country. Thank you very much.
Israel Majesty. All right, thank you very much. while we were watching the presentation of Hemia, I've said earlier that we have the other time, I'm so sorry, I use Mr. But I have to correct myself that we have Dr. Abimbola Agboluaje right in our midst. A round of applause for him. Okay. So, somebody is here that is also ready to talk about Jarus. Yes, let's have you, sir. You, Mr. Kudus, if I'm right. Hope I got the name right. Yes, thank you. A round of applause for him as the forward.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yeah, happy birthday to Mr. Suraj Oyewale. I first knew Mr. Jarus in, I think, 2014 when I was in the university. Online, Neraland, and then we talked about career and everything. So when we were in our final year, we were to have a final year program, and we needed someone to come and speak to our final year students, MSS and UI then. So one of my friend then, he said, let's call Jarus. We were like, some of us don't know him. Some people didn't know him. They're like, oh, who is Jarus? So people started checking him online, and then we were like, let's bring him around. And then when he came to speak. He spoke to us about life after school, going for graduate school, and all of that. And that day I was just like, this man is amazing. And I got to know also on that day that he is from Kwara State precisely. So I was more happy, like, okay, this is someone I can relate to very well. After the speech on that day, a lot of my friends who were not really much interested in going for grad school, they became more interested because of what they had on that day. And out of like 7 of us that were executive on that day, about 4 are already out of the country for their grad school. So it was something that was really inspiring. And luckily, after 2015, I got to know him also again on Twitter. So many times I've shared ideas with him in his DM, and he has always been encouraging, telling me, okay, you can do it this way, you can do it this way, and something. And he has never, I don't know if he knows me personally, beyond the fact that we met on social media, but he has always been very encouraging. And not only to me, but a lot of people that have also been interacting with him online. I think it's something that is fantastic about him, and then I wish him very much happy birthday and hope he continues that way till he grace. Thank you very much.
Wow. What a wonderful description of our man of the moment. So in order not to waste much of our time, thank you very much, my brother. Okay, sir, you can step forward. A round of applause for him. Oh, wow. I'm happy to be here. Wow. Alaji, I want to be like you. All right, as we are having our friends to talk about Alaji, we are also preparing ourselves to look at the man Jarus, the documentary. Man Jarus, thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Femi, and when I came in, the first thing I did, I was looking for Oyewale's table. And I went there, I sat there. But my name is actually Femi Olabisi, I'm not Oyewale. But I choose that table because of who the family is. The family actually made me. And unknown to Mr. Suraj, he also changed the course of my destiny and life. He didn't know until now. I'm not from Kwara State, but I was posted to Kwara State in 2006 to serve as a copper. It was his dad who employed me, gave me a role beyond my age, beyond my degree. Probably I was the first, the youngest registrar in Nigeria at a point. That family did it. And then I was comfortable in that locality. I was happy. The money was there, not very big, but I was someone. Then I came across the book he wrote. Of course, let me digress. I was a senior in university, so we went to the same school. But at least I was a senior by a year. Not the same department, not the same faculty. And the book, The Road to Victoria Island, and I contacted him, he sent the book to me. When I read it, my perspective changed. He didn't know this until now. I decided to leave Kwara State. I decided to move beyond my comfort zone. And that prepared me into going beyond what I could achieve. And eventually I actually got an appointment. Later I moved to Abuja. I moved to Lagos May last year. He didn't know I was in Lagos until last month. He just saw my comment and he said, "Are you in Lagos?" I said, "Yes, I'm in Aja," and invited me. You didn't know this, but thank you. Thanks to your family. You have done well.
A round of a round of applause to Mr. Femi Olabisi. I'm having a lot of respondents. So before we go for the documentary, let's have them. Hey, you come and talk about me too, because I'm jealous. Like I'm jealousy allergy. If there's any English like that. You're welcome, sir.
Good morning once again. I'm Abdulkadir Lukman. I just want to say, I just want to say a little brief about Oyewale. So many years ago, a billionaire man directed someone to call me. So it's all about 20,000 naira. The person wanted to send to me for transportation. So the person they sent was like telling me they got my name on the list of suspected something of that nature. They were trying to know maybe I'm the right person before they send the money, just because of 20,000 naira. But I can rest assure you that about 6 or 7 months ago, somebody just called me and said, "Hello, are you so? I said, "Yes." He said, "I got your number from Alhaji Suraj Oyewale. I need you to do this for me. And he sent me a lot of thousands of naira without knowing me up till this moment. All the name Suraj Oyewale, without threatening me with EFCC, ICPC, or whatever. So I'm not regretting knowing him after maybe 20 or 21 years ago. Thank you so much."
Wow. That was Alhaji Abdulkadir Lukman. A round of applause for him once again. Okay, we can have you, sir. The technical team. We're okay, sir. I'll let you know when we are ready for the documentary. You're welcome, sir.
So, good morning, everyone. So, my name is Mahmoud Olagu. The first time I came across the name Jarus, it was from my brother. He graduated from the University of Lagos in 2014. And as someone that was seeking to become employed then, I think he usually follows Jarus on Ireland. So I usually hear the name Jarus whenever we are at home. So, and I decided to search up the name on Facebook. So I've been following him on Facebook since, I think, 2016. Politics and career, then to Twitter. And currently I am working for Jarus of the career firm he founded. So I've learned a lot of things from him, a lot of things. He talks a lot about, as we are all aware, politics and careers in general. So I've learned a lot from him. And currently I've been working for him for about a year now. I think it was October last year. So I appreciate you for giving us an opportunity to give. Even though you've been the one giving, but at least to teach and mentor us to become a good and accomplished individual like you. Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Mahmoud Olagunjoabi. Ola Guru. All right, sir. A round of applause for Mr. Mahmoud. Can we have you, sir? You're welcome, sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Solomon Akiloton. I have little to say about him because I knew him while I was in Polytechnic. You will not know this. But I was given an assignment. And the kind of person I am, I like to do research when anytime I'm given an assignment, because I want to know it. So this assignment is about cost analysis and let me just say, I don't know, for anybody that's a builder here, it's about preparing bill. But I had little experience about site occurrences and practicals. So I went online. How do they do this? That time, Google still bring Naira Land. It brings it up every time. The first article I saw one of his articles. I don't understand. This man is not a builder, but the way he's explaining everything, I was surprised. That was the first time I knew him. So now back to 2019 or 2020, I started following him on Twitter. I would like to say this man, it's exactly a mathematical formula. Just like an almighty formula that if you do this and you do that, this is what is going to happen. That's the kind of man he is. I used to say most of the time he's living my dream life. Yes, and I always look up to him. When I come to Lagos, I told him, I know you won't know it. I said, I'm very sure I'm going to meet him one day. Very, very soon I'm going to meet him. And one day, I didn't know what happened that day. I was just coming outside from my own ghetto. And I said, this man I'm looking is the man I used to see. Because almost every time, anytime he posts anything, I would just go through it. And I said, this is Sir Jarus. To my greatest surprise, when I approached him, because some people, if you approach them, they will look at you. I was not even well presented. That day, I was very dirty. But the way he accepted me, and he even approached me more than the way I accepted. And that's the kind of a leader, a boss, that I think we should all look up to. I don't want him to stop here. He's going in very far places. He used to say, maybe jokingly, I don't know if it's serious or not, that he's going to be the governor of Kwara State one day. I hope so. Because, joke apart, not flattering, he's the practical man. We need people like this to make Nigeria a better place. And I would like to end my quote that he said something earlier that we should be the change that we want to see, just like Mark Gandhi said. He's really the change. And I pray that the God, in his infinite goodness, will continue to bless him and his family. Thank you very much.
Wow. Mr. Solomon Adeloton. Shemo, hope I got the name right. Akinloton. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him once again. Be the change that you want to see. Can we have, sir? Yes. Let's have, sir. Yes. Seriously, I'm enjoying myself, and one of the best ways to learn is this. Yes, I will call you, sir. You're welcome.
Okay, good morning, all. My name is Ben Kingsley. Let me just go straight to the point. Jarus is someone I found so inspirational. I mean, he's so inspiring. I've read about so many biographies in my life. Yes, I love reading people's biographies. But then I've never seen anyone, I've never read a biography that actually, a trajectory that actually, replicated what I desired to, go through in life, or the kind of career trajectory or impact I desire to have in this life. And since I met Jarus some years back, I think 3 years now or 4 years now, yeah, I've been, bombarding him with so many questions, and he has been humble enough to give me, immediate reply and responses that have helped my life, that have shaped my life. I mean, some of the times, I stay in Enugu actually, yeah, and I studied law, yes, but then due to what he has accomplished in this life, I started having a flair for economics. Actually, I teach in a university. I'm a lecturer, but still, I haven't been so, satisfied with myself because I want to be like Jarus. In fact, immediately he released his book, he talked about his book. I paid for 3 of them at once. I mean, he's so inspiring. To me personally, I've never seen a man that I so much want to be like. Just the way I want to be like Jarus. So thank you so much, sir. You've made a lot of impact in my life. And over there in the East, I tell my people about you so much. In fact, most of the people following you from the East got to know you through me. I tell them a lot about you. And my students too. Thank you so much.
Wow, you've made a lot of impact in my life. That is from him. And I should be honest with you, sir. Don't worry, I won't say that now. Let me have my colleague here, Mr. Temitayo.
Thank you very much. Let's give the people that have mentioned 1 or 2 things about Jarus a big round of applause. What we are here to do, like we said, is to celebrate our very own Oga Jarus, and he's a great man, as we can attest to from people's comments. So I want us to pay attention to this video that we are about to play. It's a documentary about Jarus, and I'm asking us to pay attention, not because I want us to, because there is something that we are going to do afterwards, and I mean, there are so many information that are going to be given from that documentary, and it's going to be, whoever gets the answers correctly, of course, there will be one winner, so no matter what.
Good person, no. I'm telling people to pay attention to what they will later. AOC. I remember those days in school. Everybody will all be looking for AOC when it's time for exam. Area of concentration. And sometimes we usually find ourselves getting area of confusion. All right, so can we have that, sir?
On Monday, 23rd August 1982, at General Hospital, Offa, Kwara State, a young boy came to this world through Mama Hamdalat Oyewale and Alhaji Salawu Alade Oyewale. On the 7th day, at the naming ceremony that held at the Ayagaga family house of the Oyewales, the boy was named Surajuddin Oyetunji Abidoye Adio, son of Oyewale. Surajuddin, his Muslim name, has its origin in Arabic language, and it means light or lamp of religion, Islam. Suraj, meaning the light, is the short form of Surajuddin. It literally means someone who is expected to be a good ambassador of Islam. His second name, Oyetunji, a Yoruba name, means throne is resurrected, and he was given the name by his aunt, Mrs. Falilat Ajibade Momideji Ilorin. The family name Oyewale itself means homecoming of throne, so Oyetunji was given to him to symbolize a literal return of the throne with a new child. He was also given the name Abidoye, a Yoruba name meaning born in anticipation of throne, by Iya Popo, his dad's elder sister. Suraj started his primary education in Wesley LGEA School, Offa, before moving to Adiola Model School, one of the best private schools in Kwara State, in 1990. Between 1994 and 2000, Suraj had his secondary school education at Offa Grammar School, one of the oldest schools in northern Nigeria, where he finished with the second best result in WAEC examinations for the set. He was inducted into the school's Hall of Fame for distinction students. In 2001, the 19-year-old Suraj was admitted to study economics at the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, popularly known as Great Ife. He graduated from Ife with a first-class degree in 2006. Suraj had his NYSC in the Caliphate state of Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria, between 2007 and 2008. Prior to going for his NYSC program, Suraj worked in Vetiva Capital Management Limited in Victoria Island, Lagos, as corporate finance intern. After NYSC, he started his oil and gas career at Owando PLC at their then head office in Ajose Adiogun, Victoria Island, Lagos. He lived with his brother Alhaji Akeem Oyewale in Lagos before his NYSC and 1 year after he started working in Owando. In 2012, Suraj moved to 7 Energy as tax accountant. He rose through the ranks to become the tax manager of 7 Energy in 2019. He continued the role in Savannah Energy when the company took over some assets, including employees of 7 Energy in 2019. He left Savannah in May 2022 as interim head of tax and supply chain to join PwC Nigeria as a senior manager. In January 2011, Suraj married his wife, Aminat Ayola. They are blessed with 3 children, Munirat, Abdulhakim, and Alamin. Mama Hamdalat, Suraj's mother, is from Iwo in Osun State. Suraj is always eternally grateful to the pillar of the Oyewale family, Daddy Alhaji Chief Abdul Razak Omoniyi Oyewale, also known as Alhaji Rak, the Babalaje of Ofaland, for financing the education and other needs of the Oyewale extended family, including Suraj's. Alhaji Rak, the first graduate from the Oyewale family, carried the economic burden of the entire Oyewales for many years, raising and funding the education of over 30 children, only about half of which are biological. The family is today blessed with 5 chartered accountants, including Suraj. The Oyewale family of Ofa is indeed an example of what selflessness of one man can achieve. Suraj is a prolific writer and commentator on various political and economic issues in Nigeria. He has published over 100 articles on different subjects. He is also a social media influencer with his nickname, Jarus, highly respected in Nigerian online community as a mentor to many youths. Jarus is an avid football player and a self-acclaimed deadly striker. Never mind that half of his goals are offside. As part of his social investments, Suraj owns a football team named Jarus FC. Suraj is a supporter of Arsenal FC of England.
Okay, thank you very much, the press and the media. I'm happy to sign for Arsenal.
when I was young in Nigeria, I wanted to play for Arsenal. I scored 100 goals in a year, and I am today signed by the greatest club in the world, and I'm happy to sign for Arsenal, and I'm hoping that I should be able to replicate my performance in Ajah area of Lagos here. I believe I have the capacity, I believe I have what it takes to be a legend for Arsenal, like my senior colleague Kanu, who played for this club between 1999 and 2003. Thank you very much, gentlemen of the press.
Apart from football, Suraj's other hobbies include sharing knowledge, writing, and traveling. In 2016, Suraj traveled to Mecca for the Islamic Holy Pilgrimage. Suraj hopes to one day retire to his country home in Offa to be a community and religious leader.
Wow. Can we all do that again, please? You know, the beautiful highlight of this video is, don't let me say was, is signed by the greatest club in the world. Abi? What? What did you say? It's a prophecy on top of the table. You know? Jarus said, who is on top of the table now? Nobody asked now. Why are you people now saying it's a prophecy? They are on top of the table. And, you know, like he said, I know, what do you mean for the meantime? Like, I think Arsenal has been on the top of that table for like the third match or so. They are holding it. Alaji. I want to report somebody. Alaji. Someone said Arsenal is holding that position for the winner. You know, he's a social media influencer, a writer, an Arsenal fan to the bone, and he's supporting the best club in the world, no doubt about that. Is there any doubt? A round of applause for Arsenal. Up Gunners. Okay. You know, I don't know, I'm very sure we all pay attention to details while watching the man Jarus, but something caught my own attention. There was a particular picture where he sat on a chair in a relaxed mood. I don't know if anybody could see something that was surprising in that picture. Is there anyone that sir? Thank you, sir. A round of applause for him. Going through a dictionary. No. Okay, a round of applause for him. A lot of newspaper beside him. A round of applause for him. You, sir. God bless you. A round of applause for him. You know, that picture, I was like, you know, I would not like to use this English because sometimes, to some people, it's an abuse. But it's not an abuse. It's just a way to, you know, to pay accolade to people. I seem to see him like, Alaji, I'm so sorry, I'll say it. You know, when we say somebody is a bookworm, hope I got the word right. I saw that picture and, you know, he sat so relaxed and there was a dictionary. Standing as if the dictionary is like, as if he was relaxed for the, you know, all the old content of that dictionary to, you know, to drop in his brain. A round of applause for him. After the man Jarus, after the documentary, I want the young Jarus to get prepared for their own session. Ali Amin, are you prepared? Munirat, are you prepared? And Abdul Hakim. So you can all step forward so that we can have your session. Before that, thank you very much, sir, for that, for reminding me. I have in the house our mommy, our queen, our charming, beautiful lady. Because as a poet, I don't call older women. I don't call them, in Africa, when you call a Nigerian woman a woman, they will say no, that they are what? They are lady. So I always refer my older women to young, beautiful lady. And we have the person in the house, Alaja Bashirat Oyewale, Mommy Wa. A round of applause for Mommy Wa. You know, as you can see, she's a young, beautiful lady. Young, beautiful lady. You know, I also have in the house Alaji Abdul Hakim Oyewale, CEO Mabu Capital, senior brother to Alaji Jarus. A round of applause. I'm so sorry. As an MC, you have to be very careful. Sometimes when you are unable to read what is written in a paper, don't drag it. Just look as if you need help. You know, as I was looking at the paper, my colleague, Mr. Temitayo, he observed that when I need help, he assisted me. Sir, he offered help. Thank you very much, sir. So I want to have a session with the young Jarus. So what do we do? Okay. Let me sit here. So can I have the other mic, sir? Thank you, sir. Ladies first. So seated before me, I have the young Jarus. Let me call them the young Jarus, because when you have a man of substance, someone that is of an exemplary character, you should expect such as his offspring. Because Yoruba will say, "Eni alajo, juju laju, to shebi owe niwaju awon agbalagba tewa, eyan agbalagba tewa nbi." So I want to introduce my younger sister, the little Alaja from the Jarus family, Miss Monerat Oyewale. A round of applause for her. Then I have, after her, Mr. I think he's the daddy of the house, Mr. Daddy, yes. Mr. Abdul Hakim, Abdul Hakim Oyewale. A round of applause for him. I don't want to call you master. Let me use that Mr. for you. Then I have, the main man, Master Abdul Hamin. Ali Hamin. Ali Hamin Oyewale. A round of applause for him. And I have myself before you. I'll be the one to do justice to this session. My name is Abdul Hamid Okoyemi Agbolagade, popularly called MC KBC. Let me start from Monerat. Monerat, good morning. Good morning, yes. In 30 seconds, tell us something about your dad.
He's intelligent.
Okay.
He's intelligent. He cares about us, and he is sometimes angry, but he gets angry sometimes, and he also buy anything we ask for, he gets it for us, and he also, I think that's all.
Wow. A round of applause for Munirat. I'm sure Daddy will be angry at you when when you are unable to act according to daddy's instruction. Am I right or right?
Yes, you are right.
So take this home today, that daddy wants the best from you. You understand? That is why whenever you're unable to act according to his instruction, he might be angry at you. But I know it's not all the time. Abi? A round of applause for daddy. So, Mr. Abdul Akim, in 30 seconds, tell us something about Alhaji, your dad.
He's a very smart man. He's also a very nice one.
Wow.
Sometimes he gets angry at us for nothing. And sometimes he always tells us to go and pray.
Wow.
So that's all I know.
Wow. I hope you also understand the reason why sometimes daddy gets angry at you. So it is for you to be a better person. And I pray Almighty God will make you a better person, including Munira too. A round of applause for the kids. The main man, chairman, I like your cap. So say something about daddy. Okay. Okay. A round of applause for him. Okay, let's do it this way. Do you love daddy?
Yes.
You love daddy?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. What did you love about daddy?
Because
he writes. He said, because he writes. A round of applause for him. Would you like to be a writer like daddy? Would you like to be a writer like him?
Yes.
Wow. By God's grace, you'll be a writer. A great writer. So, Munirat, we have like 15 more minutes to go. Or let's say, like 7 or 10 more minutes to go for this session. Can you tell us daddy's best food?
I think it's beans.
Beans?
Yes.
Are you sure? Beans. Okay. Without plantain. There will be plantain. Most especially it goes with bread. Wow. You know, most of we men, we get inspiration to discover our best food from school. And when I say school, I mean our institution. So if she's saying beans, I rest my case. All right. So Abdul Hakim, yes. That's best food.
Beans.
Beans. We want to know if they really know that very well. Beans, Abi?
Yes.
Beans and what?
Beans and plantain and bread.
And bread.
Or bread.
Or bread. Okay, either plantain or bread.
Yes.
It doesn't have any favorite drinks that goes along with it. It does.
He does. 5.
5
alive. He also likes things that are juicy.
Like anything juicy. Okay. All right, let's go to the main man. So pass the mic to him. So that's best food.
And plantain.
And what?
And bread.
And bread. Sir, Alhaji, I hope they are able to do justice to that question. They are correct. A round of applause for the kids. You know, I'm not mistaken when I say most of us, we derive the motivation to discover our best food from our institution. And you know what it is to like beans as a man. Sir? Where you stay in Awo? I know. Awo. Great Ife. In fact, beans is the magic. You know. everything will start flowing. A round of applause for Alaji. So can I have the mic, the main man? Can I have the mic because of time, please? Thank you. Munirat, this question is not controversial because you said something earlier that corroborates this question. Have you ever been beaten by dad before?
Yes. Or not beaten, like slap.
Eh?
Slap.
Were you beaten for doing nothing?
No, because I didn't print on time.
You two, you have to tell us what you've done for daddy to have daddy, for him to have taken that action. So it's because you did not pray. Yes. I hope you'll be praying very well now.
Yes.
And have you been praying very well?
Yes, sir.
So whenever you see daddy, go to daddy and tell him, thank you, sir. Because it's always good to pray. Prayer is the key to all things in life. Abdullah Hakim, have you ever been beaten by dad before?
Yes.
Because of what?
Because I don't pray. I pray once. I don't pray in time. And also because I don't do what he tells me to do.
And that's why he gets angry at you.
Yes.
So hope you from now henceforth, hope you will be doing whatever daddy instructed you to, whatever daddy is instructing you to do.
Yes.
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 Daddy is here, he's listening to you. And you are promising daddy before everybody. Pass the mic to the main man. Have you ever been beaten by dad before?
No.
No.
Yes.
Yes. But you said no earlier. Because of what? He said yes to my no. Okay, yeah.
Because
Alaji, it's like this man, he doesn't talk at all. Okay. Thank you, sir. A round of applause for the kids. So I have like 2 more questions to go. Let's have the mic. Thank you. So, Munirat, tell us what you love about that.
Okay,
Just say something.
he cares about it and he also buys things for us.
He cares a lot about you. Yes. And he buys things for you. Wow. A round of applause for Alhaji Suraj Oyewale. The best way to take care of children is to always be there for them, buy things for them, and care for them. When you are buying things for kids, you are caring for them. So, and I'm very sure he's always active with your school needs too. That's very, very important. Tell us something, what you love, as in that thing that you love so much about your dad.
He writes book and also he buys things for us. He writes books.
Okay.
And he also buys things for us.
Wow, he buys things for you. Wow. A round of applause for him. I know you are eager to talk. What do you love about that?
He's too.
Wow. A round of applause for the kids. So I want to ask you a question. I don't know if, Munirat, I don't know if you pay attention to this. Dad's most spoken words. Like, there's this, we are used to saying something, almost all the time. So what do you think, Daddy, like, what's that word that, that if Daddy is talking to you, like, using like 10 minutes to talk to you, we always say something. He will say that. Munirat, always do this, like, his most spoken words. Most spoken word. Okay. Like the commonest word, like what he loves saying. Like go and pray. Or like, make sure you...
Yeah, is that we should pray. And anytime we come back from the mosques, and he always asks us if we are afraid or not.
Wow. A round of applause for Alaji. So, Abdakim, can you give us something different?
He tells us to read books and study very well.
Wow. A round of applause for him. Ali Amin, any contrary opinion? That is most spoken words.
He tell us to read every day.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. A round of applause. So before you go, you want to, I know there's something you've always loved to say to your dad. Like, you don't, in the house, you don't know how to look him in his face and say, Daddy, this. Maybe you want him to buy something for you. Maybe you want him to do something, Always wanted to tell him, like, tell him now. Alaji, please, they want to tell you, like, what they've always been wishing to tell you. So I want Daddy to listen. What is that thing you've always wanted to tell him, but you've not been able to? Today is the opportunity. Tell him anything. Let's have the mic. So before you go, just tell him something you've always loved, you've always wanted to tell him.
Just told him.
Like a request. But you've never said this to him before. So that we can run up this session. Should we move to Abdakim because of time? You don't want to say him in front of everybody. Okay. So, Abdakim.
I always wanted, I don't know.
His favorite food, his favorite food is banana.
Banana. Okay. A round of applause for the kids. Please, I would like to have like a photograph with the young Jarus. Sir, Mr. Photographer, please. So let me. No, you can sit there. Sit there. Sorry, sit there. So sit. Oh. So let's look at the camera, please. Thank you. A round of applause for the kids. A round of applause. So, Munirat, what you don't want us to hear, go and tell Daddy now. Go and tell him. A round of applause. Thank you. I love you guys. What do you want to say? Mr. Man.
His favorite color is
okay. White. Sorry, I didn't ask you that question. Oh, yeah, tell us his favorite color. White. A round of applause for Ali Amin. Wow. So, do you like white too? So, you start behaving like that and start wearing white like that. A round of applause for the kids. A round of applause. So, let's move forward. I have some other people that were raising up their hand the other time. Hello, sir, can we have you? Yes. Okay. You're welcome, sir.
All right, good morning, everyone. I met Sir Jarus in 2017, I think, on Ireland. he usually has been someone who plays football very well. So I think someone was organizing a football competition. That was how I met him. And I played for Naraland FC at that point. And one major thing about him that I love very much is the fact that he's someone who connects very well with the street. Like someone of his caliber that relates with people in the upper class very well. The way he relates also with the streets, you'll be surprised, like, how does this person move from this part and relate with the other part very well? And also, when I first met him, when we were playing the competition, I took a picture with him. So a younger brother of mine saw the picture and he was asking me, wait, is this really Sir Jarus, like Jarus that you took a picture with? I said yes. And this brother was like, you don't know Jarus. The way he was hyping him, like, you took picture with Jarus and you are just feel ordinary. So the way the boy was just hyping him, I felt like, oh, this must be someone very, very interesting. And since that very moment, even I feel he's someone who trusts very well. You know, when I first met him, when I did a job for him, we've not met each other, and he sent money to me without, having met him before. So he's someone who has really, really encouraged a very large number of us to do whatever you want to do. And there is this saying, there is something I always say is, the best way for, a lot of us who are coming from a not so big background is to focus more on education. That with education, we can be whatever you want to be, because he has used himself as an example on so many occasions. The way he started, how, he did everything. So you have been a source of inspiration to a very large number of us. And for this, I want to say thank you very much and keep being you. Thank you very much.
Wow. A round of applause for him once again. When you're a man of many parts and you are an inspiration to a lot of people, what happened now will always happen to you. Most of us, we feel ordinary, but in the heart of people, we are extraordinary. Something happened to me. We are about to have a Goodwill message now. But to say something in connection with what my brother said, a friend on Facebook called me like 3 or 4 days ago. And are we ready, sir? We are ready. So she called and we started talking around 11 p.m. And she said, our kids should talk to me. She now said something. Probably because I'm a radio person and I'm a poet. And I pray God should give me that strength. I would like to do something, a spoken word for Mr. Jarus before we leave. Although I didn't prepare for it, but it's always inborn, so and we'll be able to do that. So the woman now said, the person you are speaking with is a star. Over the phone. I was like, Amy. Just like when Mr. Suraj saw me this morning. There's something he said, and I appreciate what he said. Because he said, MC KBC. He was expecting to see someone, even when I saw him too. I know at least the look, the elderliness is there compared to my own age. But, it's inborn. And most of us are like that. And whenever you are like that, and people tend to appreciate you, appreciate yourself too. Because, I won't lie to you, it is not by what people see in us physically. It is by what God has, what God has kept in us. So, and I pray God Almighty should continue to uphold and uplift Alhaji Suraj. So, let's have the next Goodwill message, sir.
It is a pleasure for me to join men and women of Goodwill in celebrating Jarus on his 40th birthday and the launch of his new books. Interestingly, I met Jarus many years ago. He was probably an undergrad at the time. His brother, Akin Oyewale, and I not only worked together in IBTC, but we were also neighbors. And as Jarus mentioned in one of the books, he was always coming around to visit. At the time, what I actually did not realize was that Jarus was an internet sensation and also a social media celebrity, given his influence on Ireland. I am quite certain that most people here are well aware that Jarus is extremely smart. As you can imagine, it is not easy to make a first class. He is very generous with his time and gift. These books are a testament to that. And he truly loves his family. You will also know that football is something that Jarus is extremely good at. But what is probably less talked about is Jarus' table tennis skills. I played this guy once and it beat the living daylight out of me. The 4 books that we are sort of celebrating today, I would say are extremely interesting, easy to read, and full of information that continue to resonate with most people living in this country. Jarus, you know this, but I will state it again. We are extremely proud of you and the man that you have become. Your commitment and love for Nigeria is unparalleled. And my prayer for you is that you will always go upwards and forwards in all that you do. I also pray that Nigeria will not happen to you. For everyone that has joined us today, I say thank you very much for participating in this program. And please do read those books. Thank you very much.
Wow. A round of applause for Mr. Dapo Olagunju. You know, when you meet a man of many parts, like I said earlier, we will know less. Because the more you say you know about this person, the more some people will tell you you don't know about the person. Someone that plays football, that scores fantastic goals. Although the guy that did the narration also said most of his goals, I don't know. I don't want to complete that part of the narrative. But now somebody, Mr. Dapo, telling us that he's also a fantastic person when it comes to table tennis. And you know, a round of applause for Alaji. A round of applause. And he said something, sir. He said Nigeria will not happen to you. Me, I did not understand the meaning of that prayer. But I also joined him to say Nigeria will not happen to him. And Nigeria will not happen to every one of us. Because I know it's a good prayer. Nobody is saying amen. All right, so without wasting our time, we'll go to the panel discussion. You want to say something about him? Okay, let's have you before the panel discussion. I see have others. I want to say one or two things about, but we'll do that after the panel discussion. I'm so sorry, pardon me for that. Let's just have this, my daddy. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Barrister Temi Salami. I'm not used to the name Jarus. I call him Suri Joe. Suri Joe. Yes. I met Suraj in 1994. We're a new student of our grammar school. So we became friends almost immediately. We play football together. We fight a lot. Because Suraj is a lazy footballer then. I don't know if he has improved now. When you pass balls to Suraj, you have struggled to get the ball. You pass to Suraj, you dribble and lose the ball. He will not go and attack. So we used to fight a lot. So in the summer of when we were about to get to SS1, I lost my guidance, so I left off our grammar school. We co-owned a newspaper together with Suraj in JSS3. We used to use our notebook to design a newspaper. He has interest in politics and current affairs. I could remember we could, if you could just mention a minister during Abacha region, we'll tell you his name. All the ministers, we have them at the history of Ofa is an encyclopedia in that. So everything we did, we do everything together. So when I left Ofa Grammar School in SS1, I lost my uncle. I have a very turbulent childhood. He used to smuggle gari and kuli to school for me because he know that I won't eat to school. So we smuggle it with. He's a very, very generous and kind person. When I left Ofa Grammar School in just SS1, so I went back to Zamfara because I was brought from Zamfara to come and school in the OGS. I lost contact with him. So I've already retired to be a printer, a roadside printer in Gusau. So a friend of mine just came. Maybe he has family in Gusau. Maybe Busara David, he has so I said, what was Suraj? Suraj made the distinction. It was, and he got admission to Obafemi Awolowo. And I remember when we were in OGS during those days, because of his love for Dr. Femi Zakaria Adekoye, he said he wants to become a banker. I love great Ganifa Emi then. I said I want to become like Ganifa Emi radical. So I've already settled to be a printer. I was doing my small scale printing. Oh, Suraju has finally got admission to Obafemi Awolowo. I told my mom, he said, this printing is not going to work. I'm going back to school. I had to go back, go and do literature, eventually got admitted to University of Abuja. While I was in school, Suraj is the only friend that will come and visit me. He visits me, we dine together, we play together. That's why I was working there. On the Konji day, I would just call, boy, you send me something now. You want me to die here? He will usually send me money. Suraj is a great guy. He influenced me. I would have been here today if not for Suraj. I would have ended up a printer in Guzo. Maybe I would have joined all these Boko Haram. I'm very grateful, my friend. Thank you. I celebrate you. God bless you.
Wow. A round of applause once again to Barrister Temitope Nuruddin Salami. Sir, I've not done this to anybody since morning, but I'll do it to you. And I'm not doing it because I want to do it, but because you said something about Alhaji. Yeah, Mr. Sabo, Sabo. Sabo, Abi? Sabo is that name. Okay, sir. So you said something that when granular level, we just call Alhaji that, you know, hey. So you've been calling Alhaji then, and I am happy. Alhamdulillah that, you know, today the money is always from him, and so too, you know, friends. That's our friends. That's how we do. So I will also like to do that to you later. So I will, before everybody. I'm welcomed. Thank you, sir. God bless you. Yay. All right. So the panel discussion. But before we go to the panel discussion, the Goodwill message that we just watched from Mr. Dapo Olagunju, MD West Africa. That's the Managing Director, West Africa, JP Morgan. A round of applause for him. And you know, the most beautiful thing about this man is, after the publication of the books that we are about to launch today, he bought 40 pieces. Oh, I'm right, sir. 40 pieces of these books. A round of applause for him once again. You know, a brother that hurts a brother is a very good brother. And there's this saying that a friend in need is a friend indeed. So to the panel discussion, I would like to call on Dr. Abimbola Agboluwaje. Dr. Abimbola Agboluwaje, one of our panelists. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. Where's Dr. Abimbola Agboluwaje? Dr. Abimbola Agboluwaje, full name Dr. Ridwan Abimbola. Where is Dr. Agboluwaje? Okay, because I want him to be here before I take his profile. So we have Mr. Oh, a round of applause for my doctor. Thank you, sir. So, Doctor, before me I have Dr. Agboluwaje of WNT Caritas. a policy and communications consulting firm. He holds first degree from the University of Ibadan and PhD from Cambridge University. A round of applause. Cambridge into your law. That's from the United Kingdom. Okay, possibly most of us don't know that it's from the United Kingdom. That's why he did not clap. Cambridge University from the United Kingdom. A round of applause once again. I'm so sorry to say that. It's just, he's a well-known policy analyst with interest in governance, economy, finance, and business. You are welcome, sir. I also want to call on this noble person, just like my doctor seated here, Mr. Dipo Maye. Wow. Mr. Oladipupo Maye is partner in oil, gas, and power division of Anderson, Nigeria. A round of applause. Prior to that role, he was a manager in Adax Oil Company. Hope I got that right, sir. Mr. Oladipupo Maye is an economist, a chartered accountant, and a tax professional with experience in three of the big four consulting firms. Is it in Nigeria all across the world, sir? Globally. A round of applause for him. He's also a thought leader in fiscal policy. Fiscal policy matters in Nigeria, and I pray you go globally too. I also have here Dr. Tokunbo Otitoju. No wonder. Like, when we started these events, there was this direct connection between both of us, sir. Like, MBBX from the prestigious University of Ilorin, and Master in Public Health from Imperial College, London. A round of applause for him. He's an experienced healthcare financing specialist with strong interest in technology and digital innovation. A round of applause for him. He is the founder of Nurture the Child. Nurture the Child. Hope I'm right, sir. A non-profit organization with volunteers that teach and mentor school kids across Nigeria. A round of applause for him. And we also have here, I don't know if he's here now or he's still on his way. We have Mr. JJ Omojua. Not here present, he's on his way, the Nigerian factor, traffic. Mr. Joshua J. Omojua is the founder and chief strategist at Alpha Reach, one of the Nigeria's foremost digital companies. He sits on the board of several organizations, including Alifa's International Security Forum. He's a scholar, a traveling scholar. JJ Omojua holds master's degree in behavioral change from the University College, London, and his first degree from the University of Agriculture, Abeokuta. A round of applause for him. We have men of substance, men of, timber and sir, I want to hand over the mic to you to do justice to this session. It's a panel discussion. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone.
They will be speaking on the topic, making Nigeria work, our policy and political imperatives. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thanks so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I have to start by saying I do not belong to any political party. So if I appear biased, it's very objective bias, if that's possible at all. Saving Nigeria is such a big topic. You can't discuss it or even be a moderator without revealing some biases. So forgive me, pardon me if I happen to criticize or post some views. It's just my genuine feeling. I'm not trying to support everyone. So welcome. It's a pleasure to share this podium with you. So I'll start by saying saving Nigeria is such a big topic. Many countries would have issues, and they would also speak in terms of needing to save their country. We're all witness to what happened in the UK in the last 2 months, having 3 ministers in a space of 4 or 5 weeks. They too think they'll need to be saved. Trump said yesterday he wants to save America, make it great again. So what's so specific about Nigeria? Is our case unique? What's unique about our case? And I'll end by, my opening, by referring to a Yoruba proverb, which counsels that if you want to remove your trusses, you should take out your leg one at a time. So what's that speaking to is that you can't solve all a nation's problem at once. So I'll give you the mic to start. So what's unique about our problems? Where do we need to, what's urgent to address?
Thank you. I will stand on your protocol and say if I sound critical, I don't also belong to any party. But in the last, I think this year, I learned a Latin maxim that I've come to love. It's res ipsa loquitur. Res ipsa loquitur. The thing speaks for itself. And it is when you go to, when you carry a case to court and there's no point in defending the case, it speaks for itself. I know Suraj and I, we've been talking about coming here, and I just got back from Dubai yesterday, yesterday afternoon. And you look at Dubai, everybody I was with in Dubai, every Nigerian I was with was upset because you actually know that Dubai is a desert and there's no food, there's no water, and you can't explain the difference between Dubai and Nigeria. And so when I say the thing speaks for itself, it's obvious that the difference between Nigeria and Dubai is leadership. There's nothing to even decipher. Is it corruption? All of that is unnecessary. The royal family in Dubai is rich, exceptionally rich, probably richer than any Nigerian president would ever be. But it's a system that works. For those of us who go to Dubai a lot, people forget that as of 2009, Dubai did not have any train. And today, it is a massive train network. It's a massive train network. There's a vision. There's a concept that drones will drop people at, drones will start dropping people. They said they came up with a dream that you are going to go through immigration without talking to anybody, contactless immigration. And it took me 1 minute as a foreigner to cross immigration leaving Dubai yesterday, Thursday night. And I got to Nigeria, and you know, I just started sweating profusely because as I was on the queue, I just saw new people came to the same queue. So the point I'm making is that it speaks for itself. We've had bad leaders. We've not had any. We don't have leaders with vision, and it's not corruption. It's not religion. It's just bad leadership. Just look at Dubai and Nigeria. So it speaks for itself what is wrong with Nigeria. So that's just my introduction to this topic.
Quality of leadership.
Okay. Okay. This works. Let me also say that I belong to a party. I'm a member of the All Progressives Congress, APC. Even though I will not talk about party issues here, but I believe that for us to change the leadership in Nigeria, we can't all stand outside politics. Some of us must get involved. And I've been complaining over years about how bad Nigeria is. And then a few years ago, I decided that, look, I'm going to register as a party member and see if I can also participate in this politics. We all say that politics is bad, but it's the only way of choosing leaders now that we have in Nigeria. And if we don't participate, we'll get poor leaders and we'll continue to complain from the outside. And the leaders that we have in Nigeria today are a representation of who we are as a society. The last time an election held in my estate in Osapa, there was the councillorship election. The guy that won was the leader of the Keke Napep Association. And a lot of us in the estate, on that day, we were just busy watching TV at home when this very important...
Sorry, I don't know if I'm abusing my role as a moderator,
Yes.
but I'm trying to ask you one question.
Yeah.
People tend to feel that the leadership of your party,
Yeah.
it's exactly that Keke Napep guy that they want in such positions. Not someone like Suraj, not someone like him, someone they can give the ticket to and will do what they want.
Yes, so it's not, you know, we tend to see those people are the majority, but I live in an estate where on our WhatsApp group we have over 600 people, yeah? And a lot of us are well educated. We have business interest in the community. We have investments in the community. Even if we branch out to another party, the guy won by barely maybe 58 votes, you know, but we still did not participate. And I kept on telling people that we cannot keep complaining if we are outside this system. Nigerians have been conditioned to say, oh, I can do everything by myself. So you have your security guard, you have your borehole, you have your generators at home, but you can't survive in that enclosure. You must interface with politics, you must interface with governance, you must be part of the policy-making process. Maybe because the Keke Napep guy is very popular and he may easily win the votes, maybe the party will favor him, but there are multiple platforms that we can also try and push our agenda through. We can join other parties. There are several. Nigeria is a multi-party system. It's not necessarily doesn't have to be at the presidential level. We can start to build from the grassroots. We can start to win those seats from the grassroots with other parties. Councillorship, House of Assembly seats, local government elections, and these seats are very important. Nigeria is not going to change from top there. It's very difficult. I know some of my friends that we used to criticize governments got appointments with governments. Some of my friends are commissioners, commissioner for works in several states, commissioner for health in several states. And when they got in there, they said, look, only God will save me and help me here. It's a very tough business here, unlike the private sector where they all came from. But we have to continue to win at those lower levels. In my area, every problem I have till date, it's not from the federal government. I need a very effective waste management process. I don't like people dumping waste all around the streets. It's not federal government that will give me that. I need a proper drainage system. It's not the federal government. My roads are trunk C roads. They are local government roads. It's not Buhari that will come and fix it. Transportation, Danfo, Keke Napep, Okada, everywhere. It's not the federal government. I need a primary health care center that is functional, 5 minutes from my house. It's not the federal government. These are the basic needs. I need water to run in my house. It's not the federal government. It's the state and the local government that should create this conducive environment for me. But they are totally not existent because we don't participate in it. If I ask everybody here that, do you know the name of your local government chairman? You probably don't know his name. Do you know the name of your councillor? Do you know the name of your ward chairman? You don't know. Do you know the name of your House of Assembly representatives? You don't know. But you only know the name of the president and maybe the vice president. These are the things that we need to change. Okay. We must continue to build from ground up and until we get the nation that we desire. It's not going to change all of a sudden from top to bottom. There is no messiah anywhere.
Okay. Let me, on that note, try and challenge you. Some people are of the view that it's not an accident when the local government guy doesn't really, support you, doesn't do what you want. Leadership is so powerful, the guys at the top. That's the structure they've created, and that's how they want it to work. So there are two choices to be made. Do you want to keep working on the foundation at the level of your street or local government, or do you think that efforts that are directed at changing the system from the top are more effective?
In fact, it's a very good point. Which one? The bottom, which is bottom up or top down. And I think I've also been lucky to have been in South Africa before Mandela died. And if Mandela was in Nigeria, he would have probably been a life president, because if he spends 27 years in prison, he deserves to be president for life, at least do 2 terms. But Mandela did 1 term. And in 1 term, he did some things that are shocking. He created an electoral system that you cannot doubt the credibility of the results. Number 2, 3 things. Number 2, he created a structure because he knew that if they chased the white people out, it would destroy South Africa. So he he called South Africa a rainbow nation, and that every organization must have the 5 black, white, Asian, mixed, whatever, and he enforced it. But the silent one he did that I didn't recognize was that the equivalent of EFCC is not appointed by, the chairman is not appointed by the president. It's outside the system of the president. And that is why EFCC can go, their equivalent of EFCC went after Jacob Zuma. Jacob Zuma doesn't appoint the equivalent of EFCC. So in 4 years, that we say 8 years is not enough, Mandela achieved this. And that is why we struggle to catch up with South Africa. So for me, I would want a system that works. The biggest democracy in the world is actually not even America. When they say the biggest, you are talking of India. Every election cycle, I'm waiting for problems of election. They don't question it. If you are following the election in Brazil, it's very vicious. Bolsonaro versus Lula. But they're not many people are questioning it. Some people are just angry that Lula deceived people and he came back. So you need an election system that works. You need an EFCC that is outside the control. Nobody knows the chairman of INEC in America, but it works. So you need a leader with a vision that is selfless. What we have is leaders that have a God complex. They don't think the system can adjust itself. Democracy works that if you choose a bad person, you remove the person, which is why Trump did not come back a second time. So let the system work. Let it come from the top, but let it be one visionary leader. Let it be a president that does something, and in 15 years, 50 years, you will talk about him the way I'm talking about Mandela. And we don't have. What we have is a president that managed to do the second Niger bridge, the president that did Lagos Ibadan. Those are not structural. Those are physical projects that are irrelevant. Okay, thank you.
I hear you. Values, institutions, structures are very important. Would you agree to the view that the problem is the structure of Nigerian politics? People talk about a social contract between the state and citizens, but we could also talk about a political contract between a political party and the members. If I were to relate that to his intervention, what we seem to have in Nigeria is the big man president, the big man party chairman, the big man governor, and what links these big men to political supporters is not commitment to particular ways of running the economy, is not particular ways of organizing the state, it's not things like having structures of independence and such policy issues. What's the role of professionals, people like you and I, people in the audience, in having that political contract, i.e. party systems and party leadership cemented on institutional issues, institutional questions, that will be the basis of political social support?
Okay, so as professionals, we have to get involved in the system. We have to be part of it. We cannot be out of it. I, as a doctor, I know that some laws can really, really affect my career and my industry. So I try as much as possible, one, every year to know who, for example, in Lagos, the bills that they are going to pass in Lagos concerning healthcare. I want to know who heads the committee in the House of Assembly for health. I used to attend their public hearings. I attended 2. I contributed to some of the health reform bills. I could as well sat down in my house to say, I don't need to be part of this stuff.
Well, sorry, the challenge seems to be letting politicians know that, A, there are 2 million Nigerian professionals who want that kind of legislation, and they're going to support you based on whether it's done or not. Having that level of organization, not just 2-3 people. It's almost like they're doing you a favor if they do it. It's only your 10 people. They don't see it as linked to votes.
Yes, so the thing is that they have a system, but because they understand that people are really not interested in that system, so they just continue, they go ahead with their whatever they do on a daily basis. So I, as a person, and my friend, my organization, my place of work, we decided to get ourselves involved in the process. We know that, this state is going to pass a health insurance law, for example, that's going to make health insurance compulsory for everyone. What are they going to put inside that law? How do we now lobby and push to ensure that all the clauses are favorable to the sector, to the industry? It's the same thing that the pensions reform. Some of the top names in the industry got involved. They were even the ones who drafted the reforms that they wanted to see. The recently passed startup bill as well has just been signed. Some tech people also got involved in creating that policy. Our quality of life will always be driven or affected by the policies that we enact as a country. For a few moments that I spent abroad the last time I traveled, I did not hear any, on the radio, I didn't hear anything about, the American. It was just Boston, the state, Boston, Massachusetts, what's
local
happening
issues.
There. Local issues. And like this Lekki, for example, you have a local Lekki radio where they will talk about, oh, what's the crime rate in Lekki today, or a thief stole something in a supermarket, a police officer harassed this person, constantly feeding you with news about your neighborhood. But in Nigeria, if you tune into the radio, somebody is talking about something in Aso Rock all through the day, and everybody is just lamenting. Nobody is involved at that local level. We have problems around us. We have problems. We have flooding issues here, waste management issues. We have high crime rates in this society, but we don't have even newspaper. You can't get a Lekki newspaper, for example, that focuses on this particular environment. So how do we now educate people to be aware of their immediate surrounding? On Twitter, on Facebook, everybody is talking about what's going to happen in Aso Rock. No Messiah is going to come and change Nigeria. I know people in politics. I talk to them. It's not that easy. We need to get involved. Every one of us, we have to change from local government to House of Assembly, to the House of Representatives, to the Senate, and to the presidency. I can tell you for free that a lot of issues that we have in Nigeria are purely legislative issues. They are purely legislative issues. In my sector, for example, we still have fines of 10 naira on some of the acts or laws in Nigeria. Now, as a doctor, I commit an offense and the law says you should fine me 10 naira. How do you get justice for that?
Thank you. You know, I'm surprised. If you spend 3 weeks in the UK or 4 weeks, don't let me exaggerate, you are likely to have on the news that a doctor's license has been withdrawn. And you think, you don't hear that in Nigeria. And if you pay attention, I did a project once looking at governors in the health sector. We had to speak to a lot of doctors across the country. And it's shocking the rate of malpractice in places like, I don't want to name names, but some northern part of the country. You have doctors who don't have real certificates, who routinely recommend unneeded operations for people to do. Yes. And nothing happens. So I quite feel you. Let me direct a question to you based on that. He said from his own intervention, two things are critical. Local attention to local issues and using the media. So what do you see, what do you think about the stimuli, the demand from citizens that our politicians respond to? Is it the case that no matter what you say, they don't respond to it, or we are asking them the wrong things? If we're able to build our capacity through the media, through local activism, to focus attention on issues, we'll be more successful in getting them to respond to our problems.
Moderator, you always ask tough questions. The problem of Nigeria is such a mess that you never even know which one comes first. I know for a fact that one of our problems is we copied our federalism from America, but we don't practice it. So when someone says the people are not interested in local government elections, the reality is that the local government chairmen don't receive their allocation. Whether it is APC or PDP, they are unanimous as governors in keeping the money. I did not know, I started following local government elections in 1987. I didn't know it's possible for a governor to sack a local government chairman. That's the system we have now. So I keep going back to the structure. Why did you copy a federal system without following it? People, there's a place a lot of us like to go to, Las Vegas. I like telling the story. People don't know that Nevada is a desert and they didn't have money, which is why they legalized gambling. It's because of lack of money. They couldn't pay for schools, they couldn't pay for health care, so they legalized gambling. And now it's the fund capital, and that's how they generate money. So it's not that people are not really interested. If your local government chairman had resources and was doing roads, you will really be interested in what your local government chairman is. If your senator or your House of Rep his voting pattern, you could tell. You know, our National Assembly complex is probably one of the most expensive in the world, but doesn't tell you the voting pattern of your House of Rep person. So you don't even know what they voted for. They say the ayes have it. Who are the ayes? Who are the you know, you don't even. So what record are you going to use to go and challenge your, you know? And then in the end, your House of Rep truly. I've met someone that wanted to meet his House of Rep or senator. He's a god. You can't meet him. People criticize. You know, I monitor this. People criticize a governor on whether it's APC or PDP, and the person is charged for treason. You know, all I did was criticize you as governor, and I'm charged for treason. So you have a system, and before you know it, the court actually hears the case. But it's an abuse of court process if criticism can lead you to charge me for treason. But that's what happened in Cross River. So you have, I think you really have a fundamental structural problem. And people, Nigerians would actually react to a proper structure. Put your local government in place. Let it not be that every local government chairman must come from the party of the state governor. You would see that Nigerians will react and participate at the local government level. In the 80s, people were interested in councillor elections, in local government elections, in State House of Assembly. But now, you know, it's just a rubber stamp, and people have reacted differently. So I go back to the structure, unfortunately.
It's interesting, the dichotomy we have here. To my right is a structuralist. It's about institutions, it's about design. And, you know, those institutions and a structure, they create incentives for how politicians behave, how voters behave. And to my left, the view is that it's about how people behave that changes things. But feeding off what he said about the huge complex of National Assembly, we have two agencies in Nigeria. One is Bureau for Public Enterprises. The job is to privatize state companies. And one is called the concession. I don't know if you know the name. Nigerian Concession, blah, blah, Regulatory Commission. And it's funny, each one of them, I used to work in Abuja, each one of them is almost as big as this hotel. In South Africa, the unit of government that does the job of both of them is just a small office, 3 or 4 offices in the treasury. So, you know, how do we, you know, create incentives for the government not to, you know, engage in such mindless waste? I'll challenge you to name, you know, try and think around 2, 3 reforms that we can fight for as Nigerians that could be catalyst for big structural, institutional change that can shape our capacity to hold the government account, that can change the way voters behave, that can change the way we make demands on government and politicians.
All right, so I think the first one is probably going to be electoral reforms. We are still very young as a country and as a democracy. This is 99 to probably our 5th cycle of elections. I'm not sure if I'm correct. And we have the US, for example, with over 300 years of maybe democracy. So all we need to do is to continue to evolve as a people. I'm hoping for a time in Nigeria where a lot of things about our electoral process will be digitized. We'll be able to have results. Our elections will be free of violence so that people can participate. Maybe even independent candidates where you don't have to be under any political party, so that it can also make selection of leaders very, very easy. And I mean, the electoral act that was signed will probably go with the beavers, will help us, push us to the next level, but we must continue to evolve and change this process. And then maybe the second one, I'll talk about maybe it's education. We have to take education very important. We cannot have a country with our literacy rates where a lot of people cannot read and write, and a lot of people do not have access to quality primary and secondary education. And with this large number of young Nigerians that we have, it's going to be very difficult to select credible leaders. Because it's a democracy, it's the tyranny of the majority. At the end of the day, if 2 million people who cannot understand basic policies and ideas select a leader for 15 people with PhD, that leader is going to be your leader. So what we can do is to focus on educational reforms that will ensure that a lot of Nigerians get educated. China as a country have a policy that guarantees that every Chinese citizen must have access to basic primary care, primary education, and even secondary education. Compared to university education, the percentage of people who go to the universities in China is actually very small. But as a Chinese citizen, you have that knowledge of at least the first 9 years of your life. You have access to quality education. But in Nigeria, if we continue to have this large pool of uneducated people, it will be very difficult for us to choose credible leaders.
Okay, thank you. I'll try not to name any political leader, but something interesting happened last week. There's this presidential candidate. The LCCI invited him for a dialogue. He didn't turn up. Invited the other two major candidates, turned up and told the business community what they plan to do for the economy. But this presidential candidate arranged his own meeting with the private sector, with the business sector. So, who this person is not very important, but what we can learn from it. So, at that dialogue with the self-selected private sector, he didn't field questions, really. He just presented what they wrote for him. He didn't field questions. So when it came to time for the Q&A, you saw very young people fielding questions. And I'm thinking on the one hand, it's encouraging that you have young people, professionals, who are part of the political process and answering questions on behalf of the party. But the pessimist in me tapped in that, look, be careful. These people are not likely to make it to the cabinet. They're not strong party members. They're being used, probably. So the question I want to ask is the problem that our politicians and parties, they're very confident that people like you wear glasses and who do nice hairstyle like that until they can just, co-opt us, use us. The people that really vote for them, they won't, be moved by sort of things you're saying, legislation on healthcare, insurance, and all that. So they're confident that, look, you're just speaking on Igbo, we know our voters. And if that is the case, how can we get the masses on our side? I'd like to comment on something you said about the mass of illiterates as voters. I think if you can close the gaps, it's not really a problem. I remember an old man telling me, he's around 82 now, he said his mother's party was the mother's most prized possession when he was young. And the mother was an illiterate. That happened because the woman could see that that party promised something good in her life. How can we restore that?
Another very tough question. So I think you're right. The politicians know that we, the intellectuals, are not going to do anything. But again, like my colleague said, electoral reform changes everything. I dream of an electoral process where you don't even know elections are going on. You know, I don't know if you remember in 2007 or so, INEC got over 100 billion, not the 100 billion chicken change of today, but it was supposed to be biometric. So your data, your fingerprints were supposed to be there. So imagine a system where you bribe somebody, you know, we buy votes, and you don't know whether the person is going to vote for you because it's secret. Nobody knows what. Imagine just that simple tweak in the system. So all the parties are outside with their 1,000 naira, but you don't know whether the person is going to vote you. That simple system changes things. And then, like you said, education. But education is a complicated thing. We like education, but in that education, we don't like critical thinking because deep down we are not really democratic. So if somebody got up here and said something like he doesn't believe God exists, the room will shrug, you know, in panic, you know. But it's his belief. It's his belief. Why you are in the 21st century? Why do you have blasphemous laws? Why do you have, you know, and in education, you must allow critical thinking. You must allow young people question, and that's why people always limit this jackpot problem to money. When you talk to Gen Z, it's not money they are looking for. It's a way of life. It's a system where they can speak. They are not afraid. They can criticize. And we ourselves don't like it. You know, if I enter a debate on paying tithes and offering, before you know it, the person, instead of the pastor to answer back, you unleashes curses on the person. Or you bring out the Bible verse that you should not talk ill of the prophet of the Lord. That's not the answer to what the person said. The person quoted the verse, challenging back. So within our education, we don't even like critical thinking. The third one is that governance has been so bad that people don't even know that their lives can be better. I tell people that I complain about the price of dollar, and I found out that I can't even complain everywhere. Some people have never bought $1 before. You're talking of a majority of Nigerians have never bought $1 before. So in my complaining, I have to choose a select group of people to complain to about what the luxuries I can afford. So people don't know that life can be better. Again, I like to use an example of not holding government accountable. In my state, Kogi, our genius young governor doesn't pay salaries. Some people don't even know what salary they are owed because it takes 20% of one and of month 5 and 40% of month 8. So at the end, you don't know how much they are owing you. But the sad part I found is that when you get your salary, I was shocked. The person in Kogi that is not paid salary has more savings than me in Lagos because the person stopped spending money. What has happened is the person is so broke, he doesn't know when he's going to be paid again. So the person stops consuming. So you have a system where people are not spending money, but you need money to flow. But people stop spending, and nobody accuses the governor. Nobody is even saying that the governors are shifting consumption patterns. You know, so you have a fast food joint, you have a beer parlor. You are supposed to have a pattern that first 1 week of the month, you are making a lot of money. It doesn't exist anymore. So the governors are not even being held accountable. You know, so it's a sad situation. People don't know that their lives can be better. You know, and unless we get that right, people actually get angry that they deserve more. You know, we always have excuses for everything. You know, there's one that, and it's ingrained culturally. Sorry, I'm always talking about critical thinking. You know, there's a cultural phenomenon that, you know, when you watch Tales by Moonlight, they said there was a beggar. He he didn't have any shoes, but he found someone that didn't have any legs, and he was grateful that at least he has legs but no shoes. It's just kind of thinking that make you you will never want more for yourself. Yeah, just grateful. You look for the next worst person. So you have an administration that people are poor, and the person is quoting that people were protesting in Paris. People are protesting in Paris because the wine they were drinking, they can't drink it on that scale. You know, but we have this mishmash of religion and culture that makes us not think we deserve more. And we have to believe we deserve more from. You know, another one I like, I'm sorry I'm going on. Another one I like is that NEPA is trying. I said, what does NEPA is trying mean? I paid for the electricity. If you gave me 18 hours, it doesn't mean they have tried. What matters is that when I need to iron my clothes, there's power. There's nothing like NEPA is trying. But in this room, I'm sure we all agree NEPA is trying. But it's a senseless statement. It makes no sense whatsoever. What you pay for is what you should get. But you have to accept, you be grateful. If I go on about how I'm irritated by 18 hours, somebody here that hasn't had power in 6 months is going to shut me up that I'm an ingrate. You know, and that's how with the situation of things.
Thanks so much. The way you're speaking, I'm wondering, are you a sociologist? Because those are deep things. I tend to talk to people at the lower rung a lot. I'm from Ibadan, which is only 2 hours away. So I need to go and see my aunties and all that. What you're saying is so true. When you make people so poor and they stop believing that their lives can be better, that's where a majority of our people are. I won't tell you how much I pay my driver, but he's fully paid. So that's because I can't pay more. I'm surprised how passionate he supports politics in Lagos. And I wonder, what's going on? I had to go through this kind of thinking for me to understand. And we need to understand those things. Something always recurs in Western society. The average person, someone cleaning the lift, believes one thing passionately. The government owes me a good life, and the government owes me something greater. My children must have a better life than I have. And that's why people like Trump have been able to rise, because the government is failing at that task due to changes in the global economy. It's a gloomy picture, because what is just painted, if you have the habit of speaking to people at the lower rung, that is it. And that's why you have to understand why it's rational for them to collect 5,000 naira or 2 and vote for someone. But it's not all pessimistic. The way I see it is political parties have a role in, how do I say this, in breeding dissatisfaction. There is a conspiracy amongst Nigerian political parties. Bros, they do the same thing, though. Don't arm on this thing very well, though. And that's why the way people, there's a way you can do it. Sorry, I'm going on a bit. I'm a Muslim. Someone will tell you, my Christian friends who can speak to me freely. Oh, I went to Dubai and I was shocked how sophisticated Muslims are. They are living well. The relevance of that is someone can start telling all those poor people somewhere else in Nigeria that we know, your religion doesn't condemn you to poverty. But it takes time to awaken people's consciousness and let them know that the government holds them a good life. Let's come back to our roles as professionals. I noticed one thing. After we vote or we do not vote, we work ourselves up during an election cycle. Then we relax and we wait for 4 months for an election. Then adopt a candidate and start promoting that candidate. How come as professionals we can't independently organize politically? How the solutions I do not know, how it can be done, I do not know. But the key is, how do we break the cycle of waiting for the next elections before we can organize for political impact?
Yes, so it takes a lot of commitment, and that's what the politicians see that is lacking in our lives, and as professionals, they know that we are not committed to the task, and they know that we don't have the time to go through all the stress of this politicking stuff. So let me give you a story. Where I used to stay in Ogba, I joined a small group, political group. I went for the meeting on Saturday. I missed my favorite Arsenal match. I was there for 3 hours. I was like, what are these people saying like this? Then they said, oh, we'll come back tomorrow. Somebody wants to come and speak with us. I said, tomorrow again? I'll come and sit down with you. Okay. I did that for 2 weeks. By the 3rd week, I'm like, man, this thing is tedious. We'll talk. And then you contribute money, go back again. I'm like, this life, I beg, let me live my soft life and be enjoying at home. So, and you see people around 60, 70 years who do that consistently. It's community engagement. They come, they discuss, they try to sell their candidates. And, I went just 3 times and I was tired, to be honest, because it's not part of my routine. I work 9 to 5 every Monday to Friday. Saturday, I want to sleep. I want to watch football. I want to watch movies. I want to go out and have fun with my friends. Where is the time to sit down with some local politicians in Ogba to discuss politics for 6 hours over the weekend? So I dropped out of that stuff. Now I say, doctor, you don't come to our meetings again. I say, I traveled. I traveled. And these guys are the ones who will ultimately determine who will lead the constituency. But I did not see people like me there. I didn't know. They would rather sit down in a lounge to enjoy and to relax. So there's this disconnect from the professionals and the people down there. And we need to break that barrier and move towards them. The politicians have done that well, consistently. That's why you see a governor eating, then you'll be abusing the man. The man knows what he's doing. He knows that perception is going to sell him. But we sit down in our homes and we abuse them. There's a barrier between the professional circle and the people we call the masses. And we as Nigerians and as professionals, we've not been able to go down and speak their language and communicate with them. If I take 1 or 2 of us to Oshodi today now for a rally, I'm sure you cannot talk for 5 minutes. You can't engage those people for 2 minutes. You will see politicians that will talk to them consistently for 5 hours. They will talk and engage. That's what we need to break down.
Okay.
As elites, as educated people, we still need the numbers down there. We now have to find a way to defeat the politicians at their own game, down at that level. Else they will continue to run the scheme.
Okay, thanks. And it's more, so I'll shoot 2 questions then. Let you have a go. Regarding what you said about, spending time, blah, blah, blah. Someone, shared an analogy with me like 5 years ago that it's not left my head. It said the way political parties in Nigeria are constituted, they're not meant for people like you and I. So until you have another kind of party, we may not thrive. He said it's like someone opens a corner shop to sell marijuana and you want to get employed in that shop to be selling ice cream. It will never work. The structure of that business is to sell marijuana. If you want to sell ice cream, go and open your own store. It's possible that one of these new parties, I don't want to be partisan, may be the party if they build on the achievement. It takes time. It's not, it's not by election cycle. Maybe the party for professionals. So personally, I'm not going to blame you for withdrawing. I won't blame you for not being part of such a party. Their ethos, their values, the way they organize is so you can't, someone is Baba Saleh will take all the decisions for little thing. You need to put money. They're organized to just feed people to go and feed people into the feeding system. So that's my view on that, and you may give me your take. But it's good to end on a positive note. If you look at economic policy, political practices, is there anything we could look at in the last how many years of democracy that we could say this is a good development? How can we replicate? So two things to react to.
Okay, so I think the good thing we are having, which is even criticized, is social media. I think as much as the leaders, the old men, criticize social media for misinformation, for the first time we have something that makes people accountable. We lambast them and they react. This ASU strike will probably not have ended, but for all the jokes on social media, pictures of these politicians and their children graduating in foreign schools, and social media is a way of provoking shame to these guys. They didn't have any, to be honest. They were just disbursing money. They were not ashamed. So we should try at least and fight for the independence of social media. Let them not regulate it and under the guise that it leads to misinformation, and try and let it work. But the other thing is, let's hold government accountable on issues of principle. It's not people, you know, we even amongst ourselves, we don't discuss principles. We discuss things like the new airports. The new airport doesn't work well. If you've been to other, the technology is old. You land in the new airport, you walk to the new terminal, you walk to the old. Let's stop discussing a 5-kilometer road. Let's discuss issues on structures. Why are the local government funds still in the hands of governors? Why do we have elections that are bloody? Why do you have 100 million naira nomination form for people that you knew they were not serious about being president? You know, let's use social media to discuss structural issues and not say we are praising them for 5-kilometer roads. And I think things are actually improving because we are now able to criticize, and they get ashamed eventually of what they've done.
Yeah, let me just say, I totally agree with you. Middle classes, professionals, we're small in number, but we have a far bigger voice than the mass of voters who don't have a voice or the skills to engage the government. Thanks.
Yes, for me, I think if we look around us, there are several positives. We just need to replicate these positives in other aspects. I'm a very big fan of the Nigerian banking sector. It's a sector that has done tremendously well. You find Nigerian banks in other African countries, even in Europe, and it is entirely private sector led. Our telecoms industry is also booming. Now we have agric, and still owned and managed by Nigerians. So it means that we are capable of doing great things, even across the continent and across the world. If I travel to the UK tomorrow, I can use a Guarantee Trust Bank or Access Bank, and these are Nigerian-owned companies. You won't believe that this kind of thing can happen. And then we have to now look at how do we replicate this success in politics and in the public sector. And it takes these same geniuses in the private sector to come down from that private sector table and sit with those in the public sector and make it work. I believe that Nigerians can transform Nigeria. Our oil and gas sector has also improved tremendously. We now have Nigerian-owned oil servicing firms. It wasn't like this in the 80s. But now, if you want to award any contract, you will be sure that there's a Nigerian company that can bid for it successfully and carry out that contract. It's a sign of success in the society. It just means that we need to replicate this success in other areas of our lives, and we have to be very fast about it. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That brings us to the end of the panel. Thanks for listening.
Great pleasure for me to join you on this occasion as you celebrate your 40th birthday. I first met Suraj many years ago after having read some of his columns as governor of Central Bank. Many of you will recall that these were tumultuous years for us in this country, as we had a banking system about to collapse and we had to take difficult decisions around the banking space. And there was a lot of misunderstanding and misrepresentation. But at the same time, there were
Good day to everyone. My apologies that I'm
great pleasure for me to join you on this occasion as you celebrate your 40th birthday. I first met Suraj many years ago after having read some of his columns as governor of Central Bank. Many of you will recall that these were tumultuous years for us in this country, as we had a banking system about to collapse and we had to take difficult decisions around the banking space. And there was a lot of misunderstanding and misrepresentation. But at the same time, there were a few journalists, a few economists, a few writers who understood what we're doing and who continued explaining to Nigerians why those changes had to happen. And one of the most, Raj Oyewale, when I met him later, I was rather surprised that he was writing and he was in his 20s. I immediately agreed to be his friend and to be a mentor and to continue interacting with him, because he reminded me of my own days when I used to write articles on topical national issues and get myself involved in debates. It's something that always carries a lot of risk. I'm happy that he has chosen to celebrate his 40th by publishing books and by having intellectual discourses on Nigeria. And this meeting is happening at the right time as we head towards elections. I keep saying that every time we have elections in Nigeria, we don't ask our politicians to discuss the issues they should be discussing. We keep discussing North and South and Christian and Muslim. There are very few of these politicians who can actually articulate what their vision is for the Nigerian economy, whether they actually understand the nature of the problems that we face today, what they are going to do in clear terms to address these problems and set the economy on the right course. The whole concept of citizenship is something that needs to be discussed. We still have in this country Nigerians who feel that they don't belong to the country depending on where they live in. So you can be what they call a minority in any part of the country and be seen as a stranger or as almost as a foreigner rather than as a citizen of this country. We have issues with defining diversity. Our constitution talks about states of origin. We don't talk about diversity by gender. We don't talk about diversity of generations. We don't talk about diversity of skills. And as a result, we have continued to basically strengthen and intensify the fault lines that divide this country. I do hope that this will be an opportunity to discuss these issues frankly and openly, to talk about how we can rebuild this country and go back to the concept of citizenship, to include our women and our youth, and to think in a forward-looking manner and move away from populist beliefs about the unrealistic expectations around charismatic leaders, and instead build institutions and structures that work. These are the kinds of issues that I hope will be discussed. I thank all those who have taken the time to come and celebrate Suraj. I congratulate Suraj once more, and I congratulate you on the work you're doing. And I do hope that you'll have many more years of contributing to this cause in our great country. Thank you very much.
Good day to everyone. My apologies that I'm not able to be physically present at the Oriental Hotel for this celebration. I am actually on my way traveling out of the country at this time. Firstly, congratulations to Suraj, who was also 40th in August, but also for putting together this event, both the symposium as well as the launch of his 4 books. It's really good that he's been able to share his experiences for others to be able to learn from. Very important to say that Nigeria is going through a lot. And it's very easy, especially for young people, to become disoriented with the country. In fact, many people are currently leaving the country and Japan. However, there is no other country than Nigeria that we have. And there is no white horse prince coming in to save the country, but only all of us. We are the change that we are waiting for, and we must ensure that we provide those change that the country requires. Suraj has been able to document a number of things, both from his career as well as his experiences over the years. And this form very useful for young ones to be able to learn from. A key culture in Nigeria is about storytelling. Many of us grew under the storytelling of our parents, or even very important personalities in communities. Under the tree, we learn about a lot of things in life that makes us better people. I hope you will all learn a lot today from the event, but also from the books that Suraj has written, and that you'll be able to make a difference in your own area. We all have our own little areas that we can make a difference. So as you continue with your career, as you continue to excel, do continue to think about how in your own little areas you can make a difference and make Nigeria better. Once again, my congratulations to Suraj and to all of you who have attended. I know a lot of what Suraj has documented have also been about career. Suffice to mention that technology and entrepreneurship are also key areas which he mentioned in his volume 2 of this book, and those will be very, very important into the future. I wish you well. I wish you all the best throughout the event. Thank you very much.
So my colleague here, Mr. Tayo Kilanko, will be introducing those that will do justice to the launching of the book.
Thank you very much, KBAC. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sure you have been enjoying yourselves, and I know that we have learned 1 or 2 things and why we really need to get into the political space in the country. Somebody has said that one day Jarus is going to be the governor of Kwara State. So I'm also going to be the special assistant to Jarus in Kwara State. So I know. Thank you very much. So I'm going to introduce the chief launcher, who is the person of Alhaji Isa Yuguda, and he's a former governor of Bauchi State and also a former Minister of Aviation. And he has been ably represented by His Excellency Chief Felix Amadi, the CEO, Crown Insurance Broker. Can we have his presence?
A round of applause for him.
A round of applause. You can kindly take your rightful position in. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he takes his space. So, as other special guests that has been invited and also co-launchers, we have the person of Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. He's the partner and African tax leader of PwC Nigeria. Can we have your... I'm sure most of us in this gathering are aware of... you can come, sir. We are aware of Mr. Taiwo Oyedele. You're welcome, sir. I also have the pleasure to invite to the high table the person of Mr. James Odiase, former head of commercial at 7 Energy. 7 Energy International Limited. You are welcome, sir. Okay, so the last but not the least on this high table will be Mr. Dikomaye. He's a partner at Anderson, Nigeria. Mr. Dikomaye. Okay, he will join us as we progress. Thank you.
So we can have the videos, the remaining videos.
Happy birthday, well, belated birthday, my own brother Suraj. I'm so happy for the event of today. We are launching a series of books, and this symposium is how to make Nigeria work. Making Nigeria work. Ever since I knew you, you have always been a problem solver. You have always attempted to solve problems. There are some people, their specialty is saying there's a problem. Their specialty is saying, oh, there is trouble everywhere. But in your own case, you are looking for answers. You are looking for solutions. And these are the kind of things we need if Nigeria is going to be great. Since I knew you, you've always been kind-hearted. You've always been people-oriented. You've always been energetic about anything that you do. And you have given a lot to your profession. I'm very happy to be associated with you. Happy belated birthday and have a wonderful discussion today. Thank you.
My name is Olusegun Adeni, and Egbon to Suraj. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me first apologize for not being among you today to celebrate with our friend and brother Suraj. But I'm very much delighted to have this opportunity to wish him happy 40th birthday in arrears. I celebrated mine so many years ago that I feel like an ancestor now. However, beyond the merriment, Suraj is also using today's occasion to present 4 books of significance that I have had the privilege to go through. The first one is How to Network Like a Pro, which is a guide on how young professionals can advance their career, business contacts, and relationships. The second is Wahala No Dey Finish, a collection of his interventions on public affairs from 2005 to date. The third, The Mouth of Roses, chronicles the forces that have helped to shape his life and career thus far. And the last one, The Road to Victoria Island, which I strongly recommend for young entrepreneurs who are still trying to find their feet in the business world. Many of the interventions in these publications are quite revealing, and they open new vistas of peril and opportunity in our country and how to secure the future we envision. They also speak to the person of Suraj, who at 40 has become a role model for many Nigerians of his generation. So on a day such as this, I can only pray that God will grant him long life and good health. Congratulations, my brother.
It is a pleasure for me to join men and women of Goodwill in celebrating Jarus on his 40th birthday and the launch of his new books. You know, interestingly, I met Jarus many years ago. He was probably an undergrad at the time. His brother, Akin Oyewale, and I not only worked together in IBTC, but we're also neighbors. And as Jarus mentioned in one of the books, he was always coming around to visit. At the time, what I actually did not realize was that Jarus was an internet sensation and also a social media celebrity, given his influence on Ireland. I am quite certain that most people here are well aware that Jarus is extremely smart. As you can imagine, it is not easy to make a first class. He is very generous with his time and gift. These books are a testament to that. And he truly loves his family. You will also know that football is something that Jarus is extremely good at. But what is probably less talked about is Jarus' table tennis skills. I played this guy once and it beat the living daylight out of me. The 4 books that we are sort of celebrating today, I would say are extremely interesting, easy to read, and full of information that continue to resonate with most people living in this country. Jarus, you know this, but I will state it again. We are extremely proud of you and the man that you have become. Your commitment and love for Nigeria is unparalleled. And my prayer for you is that you will always go upwards and forwards in all that you do. I also pray that Nigeria will not happen to you. For everyone that has joined us today, I say thank you very much for participating in this program. And please do read those books. Thank you very much.
On with the next thing on the program, the man Jarus. So before we play the documentary of the man Jarus, I want to just correct a notion that Mr. Taiwo Yedele is a special guest that has been invited, and Mr. James Odiase is a special guest. Mr. Dikwo Mai is a special guest. And we have one chief launcher, the person of Alhaji Isa Yuguda, and represented by Chief Felix Amadi. So we go straight to the man Jarus now. For those of us that still have some doubt about who Jarus is, so this documentary is meant to give you the clear picture of who Jarus is. Thank you.
On Monday, 23rd August 1982, at General Hospital, Offa, Kwara State, a young boy came to this world through Mama Hamdalat Oyewale and Alhaji Salawu Alade Oyewale. On the 7th day, at the naming ceremony that held at the Ayagaga family house of the Oyewales, the boy was named Surajuddin Oyetunji Abidoye Adio, son of Oyewale. Surajuddin, his Muslim name, has its origin in Arabic language, and it means light or lamp of religion, Islam. Suraj, meaning the light, is the short form of Surajuddin. It literally means someone who is expected to be a good ambassador of Islam. His second name, Oyetunji, a Yoruba name, means throne, is resurrected, and he was given the name by his aunt, Mrs. Falilat Ajibade Momideji Ilorin. The family name Oyewale itself means homecoming of throne, So Oyetunji was given to him to symbolize a literal return of the throne with a new child. He was also given the name Abidoye, a Yoruba name meaning born in anticipation of throne, by Iyapopo, his dad's elder sister. Suraj started his primary education in Wesley LGEA School, Ofa, before moving to Adiola Model School, one of the best private schools in Kwara State, in 1990. Between 1994 and 2000, Suraj had his secondary school education at Ofa Grammar School, one of the oldest schools in northern Nigeria, where he finished with the second best result in WAEC examinations for the set. He was inducted into the school's Hall of Fame for distinction students. In 2001, the 19-year-old Suraj was admitted to study economics at the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, popularly known as Great Ife. He graduated from Ife with a first-class degree in 2006. Suraj had his NYSC in the Caliphate state of Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria, between 2007 and 2008. Prior to going for his NYSC program, Suraj worked in Vetiva Capital Management Limited in Victoria Island, Lagos, as corporate finance intern. After NYSC, he started his oil and gas career at Owando PLC at their then head office in Ajose Adiogun, Victoria Island, Lagos. He lived with his brother Alhaji Akim Oyewale in Lagos before his NYSC and 1 year after he started working in Owando. In 2012, Suraj moved to 7 Energy as tax accountant. He rose through the ranks to become the tax manager of 7 Energy in 2019. He continued the role in Savannah Energy when the company took over some assets, including employees, of 7 Energy in 2019. He left Savannah in May 2022 as interim head of tax and supply chain to join PwC Nigeria as a senior manager. In January 2011, Suraj married his wife, Aminat Ayuola. They are blessed with 3 children, Munirat, Abdulhakim, and Alamin. Mama Hamdalat, Suraj's mother, is from Iwo in Osun State. Suraj is always eternally grateful to the pillar of the Oyewale family, Daddy Alhaji Chief Abdul Razak Omoniyi Oyewale, also known as Alhaji Rak, the Babalaje of Ofaland, for financing the education and other needs of the Oyewale extended family, including Suraj's. Alhaji Rak, the first graduate from the Oyewale family, carried the economic burden of the entire Oyewales for many years, raising and funding the education of over 30 children, only about half of which are biological. The family is today blessed with 5 chartered accountants, including Suraj. The Oyewale family of Ofa is indeed an example of what selflessness of one man can achieve. Suraj is a prolific writer and commentator on various political and economic issues in Nigeria. He has published over 100 articles on different subjects. He is also a social media influencer with his nickname, Jarus, highly respected in Nigerian online community as a mentor to many youths. Jarus is an avid football player and a self-acclaimed deadly striker. Never mind that half of his goals are offside. As part of his social investments, Suraj owns a football team named Jarus FC. Suraj is a supporter of Arsenal FC of England.
Okay, thank you very much, the press and the media. I'm happy to sign for Arsenal. When I was young in Nigeria, I wanted to play for Arsenal. I scored 100 goals in a year, and I am today signed by the greatest club in the world. And I'm happy to sign for Arsenal, and I'm hoping that I should be able to replicate my performance in Ajah area of Lagos here. I believe I have the capacity. I believe I have what it takes to be a legend for Arsenal, like my senior colleague Kanu, who played for this club between 1999 and 2003. Thank you very much, gentlemen of the press.
Apart from football, Suraj's other hobbies include sharing knowledge, writing, and traveling. In 2016, Suraj traveled to Mecca for the Islamic Holy Pilgrimage. Suraj hopes to one day retire to his country home in Offa to be a community and religious leader.
Thank you very much, everyone. That's all about the man Jarus, and that's the reason why we are here today. We are about to commence the launching of the books proper, and I would like to say this. We have 4 books from Mr. Suraj Oyewale Jarus. First on the list is A Mat of Roses. A Mat of Roses, Forces That Shaped My Life. This book is all about his journey, the ups and downs, the hills and lows, the curves and bends, the shakes and unshakes, the dying and waking. You know, everything that talks about the man that we have here with us today. And I want to recommend it to every one of us because we all have our own journey too. And Yoruba will say, Afogbon logbon shogbon, niko ki je ka pe agba ni alagono. If you are able to learn from others, learning from others is the best in life. Because if you learn from others' experience, you will know how best to live your life. And we also have another one that is not really far from A Mat of Roses, The Road to Victoria Island. Although the Victoria Island there might seem like the Victoria Island in Lagos, but it connotes Victoria Island like a land of victory. The road to Victoria Island. That is the path to our success. Then we also have another one that talks about where we are heading to next year, which is 2023. That is the Nigerian politics. Wa Allah no dey finish. Then, the last but not the least, which I know by God's grace, we will still have more and more from him. But for the benefit of this launching today, the last book that we have here is How to Network Like a Pro. You know, I won't take much of our time, but one thing I want to say, in addition to the name of this book, is that I'm privileged to be standing before you today because of one of the social media, because of Facebook. And what happened that day, what it taught me is we should all be paying attention to details. Someone just posted it on Facebook that his name, so and so, that he wrote it there on his WhatsApp status that he's in need of someone that can undo an event like this and that can also do a little bit of Yoruba. just a little bit of Yoruba. And when I saw the flyer, I said, this thing might have like gone so viral. But I'm a practical person. Let me just give it a try. I just chatted the person that posted the flyer. And he said, he gave me his number, and that's how I find myself here. So networking is very, very important. So if we want to know how to network, we should get how to network like a pro. Permit me to invite our chief launcher. We are all launching this together, but at least we have our man in the house, our father, Alhaji Isa Yuguda, former governor of Bauchi State, former minister of aviation, and someone being represented by His Excellency Chief Felix Amadi for the grand launching of these 4 books that we have here. Thank you. You're welcome, sir. A round of applause for him. Okay, sir. You're welcome, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I am here representing Malam Isa Yuguda. He's been introduced, and I'm sure there are only very few people here or even in the country who have not known or heard of Isa. Former CEO of a bank, former minister, former governor of Bauchi for 8 years, a good Nigerian. When we spoke earlier in the week, he told me he would be coming to Lagos for a book launch. And it was only late last night he called me again to say for some exigency he wouldn't be able to make it, and asked me to come and stand in for him. And he did that with a lot of regret. That is to say, he actually desired to be here with our friend Suraj. And here I am to say, on behalf of Yuguda, congratulations, Suraj. Happy birthday. A great man at 40, you are. And from all the comments and all the speeches, I can appreciate the fact that at 40, it is great to sound like Suraj. Let me congratulate him again for finding time, because from all that's been said, Suraj is a footballer, Suraj is not just a writer, he's an oil magnate, he's a chartered accountant, so many caps. And for him to have time to author 4 books is a great feat. Let me say congratulations on behalf of Alhaji Isa Yuguda and myself. I have the mandate of Alhaji or Malam Isa Yuguda to tell Suraj that he will
appreciate him very handsomely. I will also appreciate him because I've written a book, and when it was being presented at Transcorp, and somebody said, oh, Nigerians are no longer reading. I remember Professor Utomi, who told everybody that those who are opportune to write should continue to write. Those who cannot read now, sometime they will remember to read. So I ask to please continue to write. Those who can read now will someday begin to learn to read. On that note, I want to say I will make a transfer to the account posted on the program. A small sum for these 4 books, a sum of 50,000. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir. So we've had it all from our chief launcher, ably represented by His Excellency Chief Felix Amadi, CEO, Crown Insurance Broker. God bless you, sir. You know, in this economy of ours, whenever you are being given something for free, like someone is offering a hands of goodwill, we should learn to also appreciate the person. What is worth doing good is worth doing well. Thank you very much, sir. We sincere. Hello. Okay. Really appreciate you. And we also appreciate our Excellency, Alhaji Yisa Yugu, the former governor of Bauchi State, our former Minister of Aviation. Our regards to him, and we pray Almighty Allah continue to uphold him, guide him, and place him in a place of peace, and may he continue to grow stronger in all his endeavor. Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele, we've had it all from our church. We have folks here. We are doing this. Please, I want someone to, like 2-3 people should please pass the book. This is the launching time. Please, we want the books to move around for others to read on the program. Hello, sir. We have 4 of these books. While I know they finish, we have How to Network Like a Pro. We have A Mat of Roses. Okay. And we also have The Road to Victoria Island. I know you've been to Victoria Island. You are in Victoria Island. And you are a person that is a person that lives in a victorious island. So, sir, I'm offering this book to you. I'm like a son now to a father. And I know fathers will always appreciate their son well. This book now, I know Alhaji is, like my daddy said, His Excellency, he said, he is doing something that is, something massive into the account of Alhaji Siraj, and he has done his own too. So I'm standing before you, sir. 4 books, only you. We marry.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Congratulations to the celebrant. We met over 10 years ago when he reached out to me and said he wanted to interview me about my career. And I found that it was a very fascinating, young man. And we've been in touch since then. He's invited me a couple of times to talk to young people. So I like his passion about developing others and mentoring young people, which is something I love to do as well myself. So I'm not a rich person to disclose how much I want to launch this book with. But what I can tell you is I believe that the books would be useful to a lot of young people. So I would offer to sponsor at least 50 copies for young people that will benefit from the books. I would also try and read myself. So thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much, sir. God bless you. Yes. There's more books. More books. Mr. James Odiase. Hope I got the pronunciation of the last part correctly. You're former head of commercial at 7 Energy. One thing that I love most about that first commercial, people that work in that capacity, whenever they want to sell, they sell handsomely. And now you're about to buy. So I'm sure you will buy handsomely. So you're welcome, sir.
Yes, you can. Good afternoon, everyone. Very nice to be here. And congratulations once again, Suraj. Suraj belongs to a league of friends. Before I met him, I met some of his other schoolmates who made first class from his department at IFE. Consistently over time, I found their delivery very impressive. And when we got to work together, it did not disappoint. It is a great feat to launch 4 books at the same time. I will go with the launchers before me to commit to make a handsome contribution to this effort by, subsequent to this, because I'm close to Jarus Orb, we will agree on the number of copies that will be delivered for Jarus Orb to help, just like my friend Taiwo has said, to help young people. I find the one how to network like a pro very, very important. because I've always told all those that work with me that your job, the benefit from your job goes beyond your salary, because the guy sitting by your side may just be the key to your next level. So networking is key. So once again, Suraj, congratulations, and we discuss on the numbers to go into Jarus Hub. Thank you very much.
Wow. A round of applause once again to Mr. James Odiase, former head of Commercial 7 Energy. Now, you know, okay. As we are making these sales, now from an MC, I'm now officially the sales manager of these, the 4 books presently at Oriental Hotel. And you know, when we started these events, the only person that brought me here is Alaji. But to the glory of God, I won't say I have friends, and I have uncles and fathers here. And they accepted me willingly, that they want to recognize with my person. And you know, I'm also happy too, because when I met, the other time I said I met a friend, through a friend, you understand, and I'm here, the relationship brought me here. After today, I don't know where Alaji will still take me to. Alaji, after today, I don't know where you will still take me to, but I know you are taking me higher, by God's grace. So after Alaji, I met this one of my daddy and my uncles here. He's on white. I don't know if he was on a cap before, but now he's not using cap. He's handsome, you know, his beard's very nice. And you know, the other time we had an agreement, he said the agreement is sealed. I'm informing the whole house. Help me to clap for my Oga, please and please. Because he said the agreement is sealed. Irrespective of whatever is coming through the agreements, is something. At least it will go a long way. I understand. So, sir, you already know that you are the one I'm coming to. So, sir, so sorry. I don't have what it takes from where you are seated. But because of the love you have for Alaji, Suraj, Ewale, I permit me to do that, sir. Thank you. A round of applause. So as we are doing this, just have it at the back of your mind that it is possible I identify you, to identify my uncle or you are my daddy. And in fact, my royal father, I'm very, very sorry. I've been looking at that side, but maybe because of the bead, you know, you want by me. Maybe as, you know, the gods of the land, but I know it will not work for me. It will. So you're welcome, sir.
Thank you, my friend. Anyway, you know, I'm a lawyer, and you have to admit the fact that we are arrogant at times. When I left my office at Abuja, I spoke with my associate. I'm going to a friend book launch. This is a friend that led to my growth immensely. So, associate also contributed some money on my own behalf. I will donate a miserable amount of 250,000, and hope I'm not having a kidnapping value now. And my associate also contributed 250,000. So we'll be launching this book for a miserable amount of 500,000. Please give me the account. Thank you.
A round of applause for my barrister, my uncle. But because, you know, prayers tend to, you know, stand. So he now said he's my uncle. He said he's my friend. But, you're my uncle because I'm still coming back to you. Our agreement. At least the agreement, if that agreement is the half of everything, I'll be very, very happy. I hope you understand, sir. If our agreement is the half of everything that you mentioned, I'll be very, very grateful. Thank you very much, sir. My royal father. Lunch, and we're having lunch. We're also launching. You know, I got information that once the chief launcher has done is launching, that should. But I know personally that my people are here. You understand? I want to. Alhaji is a happy man, and I want him to be more happy. So Alhaji, don't worry. I won't disappoint you. Thank you very much, sir. So my royal father, Chief Mosval Olalekan Olaniyi. A round of applause for my daddy. Mo shifila foriade. Mo sumo ba niwon egbefa. Mo jina so ba niwon egbeje. Aroba fin lo ba pa. E ba se Kábíyèsí o. Is representing His Royal Majesty Oba Kábíyèsí Mofutau Gbadamosi Ẹ Kábíyèsí o, the Olofa of Ọ̀fà. Now, my chief is the Ààrẹ Bọ́bajíròrò of Ọ̀fà. Mo ní mo súnmọ́ bá níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀fà, mo jìnnà sọ́ba níwọ̀n ẹgbẹ̀je torí arọ́ba fi lọ́ba á pa. Ọba má pa mí o, ọba má pa mí o. Yá pẹ́ lórí bàtà á pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, ẹ̀sìn ọba á jókòó pẹ́. Àwọn olórí á ṣiṣẹ́ ẹ̀bí, inú ọba á máa dùn, ayọ̀ ọba á máa kún ní. Mo ṣe Kábíyèsí o fọ́ba aládé. You are welcome, sir. A round of applause. Ṣé mi try ni?
Thank you, MC. Like I was introduced, because I'm humbly representing my royal father, the Olofa of Ofa, and also here as a buro to my own good Egbon, like I call him. Suraj, we share a lot of things in common, like I always say to him. We are both die-hard Arsenal fan, one. We play ball like almost every day, two. And our passion and love for Ofa is something else. In fact, we both own a football club in Ofa. He has Jarus FC. I have Prince Best FC in Ofa. And at least twice a year, we play match against each other. One of those goals that was shown was one of the last 9-minute offside goal he scored us. But I made sure the following edition, I scored him also. So it's been an honor to be associated with Jarus, and in fact we relate almost every day, because and like the previous launchers I've done, I would just also be making my own little appreciation to the book. I won't say it's a donation, but just to appreciate what he has done. I hope I can also do something similar when I clock 40, and on that I will be sending 200,000 naira to the account just to support him. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. You know, on just for the fun of it, my chief is for the fun of it, sir. I'm your son. I'm your son. Because when people call me MC Kábíyèsí, I always warn them that a day will come. I've been going for several events that we have kings. Once I will always pay homage, because that name is very, very big. It's very, very big. And I grew up with that name, Kábíyèsí. And when I decided that, well, I've been doing this talking right from primary 2. Someone advised me, what are you should go and do? Come or do theater arts. And I'm happy I'm here today. So, sir, I am coming to you very much, sir. So, we are forging ahead. On my own discretion, Alaji, don't worry, sir. I know that my Oga, one of the panelists, loves me so much. We smile at each other. Thank you. So, sir, I know, friend, no, you've done justice to this thing one-on-one. But, you know, as per this sitting, sir, I also want you to appreciate the 4 books. Thank you very much, sir. The way others have been doing it, you might not stand up. You know, money sometimes. I'm here with you, sir.
The cost of the books, but I'll send 100,000.
100,000. 100,000. 100 from Mr. Tokumbo. Dr. Tokumbo. You can please, I want the book. Then chief too. 4 of it for my chief too. Our lunch is ready. Our lunch is ready. Wow. God bless you, sir. As I'm coming to you, you are on green like I'm on green. Like, I love you so much. I handed over the mic to you the other time. You said a lot about Alaji. And as you've said a lot about him, I want you to also, you know, donate a lot. God bless you, sir. I'm even coming to you too. God bless you, sir. A round of applause for this, my uncle.
Standing on the existing protocol. My name is Solomon Akinoton. I won't be able to launch with big money. So I would like to launch with the sum of 5,000 naira.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Temitayo Alabi, the Director of Operations, the Noble Migration, both in UK and in Nigeria. I actually don't know Mr. Suraj, but my partner in the UK knows him very well, and he recommended him to me that he's launching a book. And I said, okay, but the little we can do now is that on behalf of my organization, we'll be buying 10 copies, which we've already paid for already. So we pick one, and the remaining 9 should go to the Jarus Hub.
Wow. So, general donation for the books. That's what we are doing now. I don't want to disturb us. General, I know we all want to do that. We all want to do that, I know. But I don't want to call names. But I have 2 mics here. One is for the general donation, while one is for me. So, who is ready? God bless you, sir. A round of applause for this, my uncle. A round of applause. Round of applause.
Yeah, good day, everyone. I am Olaiton Ridwan.
Please help me to note that, Mr. Olaiton Ridwan.
I'm a friend with Sir Jarus on Twitter. The other day when I saw the post about this book launch, I think I messaged him or DM. I told him I would like to be here too, and well, in such a way, in a way, I tried to buy my way to get invited here by saying I'll buy 10 books here, and I'm making my promise, and I'm fulfilling the promise here with 10 of the books. That's thank you.
Okay. One other person. Oh, sorry, sir. Any other person? You want to? Oh, God bless you, sir. Oh. Wow. Thank you very much, sir. And
I mentioned earlier that I sat here because of the name, Oyewale.
Yes.
And because the family, in a way, made me.
Yes, sir.
And by that, I mentioned that I read The Road to Victoria Island
Yes.
years back, and it changed my perspective. Because of that, I'm going to buy 10 copies of The Road to Victoria Island, and this will go to Jarus.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. So, sir, I love you, sir. Thank God you are sitting at the family table. So, on behalf of the family, I'm coming to meet you personally. That's all right. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our daddy. So, we have the book stand there. Okay. I have, when I was doing the recognition the other time, we have Mr. JJ Omojura in our presence now, which I'll be doing that. But before I do that, the team of Jarus FC, they are here, and they also want to do their part on that aspect of launching and donation to the 4 books that we have today. You are welcome. A round of applause for Jarus FC.
On behalf of the team, we are launching the book with a sum of 10,000 naira.
Wow. A round of applause. And our coach is here. I love my coach. Thank you. So, a round of applause. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. I happens to be one of Suraj childhood friend. I got to know this when I was chatting him. It was not last week. That I would love to have one of this book, and he invited me here. So I'm buying this book at the rate of 50,000 naira.
Wow. Your name, sir?
Wakil.
Mr. Wakil.
Wakil Raji.
Mr. Wakil Raji. A round of applause for him once again.
So,
the book stand is there. So sorry, sir. The book stand is there. But if there is anyone that also wants to do that, I have my mic, and the mic is for you. So you can introduce.
Yes, we continue to display the account number of for us for the launch of the book. So we expect that Oga Jarus' phone should be sounding pampa by now. So thank you very much. We will continue to launch the book, so you can meet with the MC. In the meantime, we have the presence of Mr. JJ Omojua in our midst. He's supposed to be one of the panelists that should discuss making Nigeria work. So we use this opportunity to just invite him to the podium and have some of his thoughts in a few minutes. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm sorry it's not in my character to come late, but I had a number of events today, and one of the books that Jarus wrote, How to Network Like a Pro, I hope that he mentioned in the book that in networking like a pro, what then happens is that when you've built a very strong network, your Saturdays and Sundays are no longer yours. You try to please everybody. One of the people that wrote the forwards of one of the books, I think is a networking one, Bob Dele Momodu. I was about to actually drag him here, but he had to go somewhere else. We were at an event at Civic Center. So the privilege I had was that the other event was here. But what I would like to say is that it's such a privilege to be here. I don't know how we met, but I know that I met him through Twitter. I met him through Twitter, and I followed him because I kept, whenever I saw his tweets, it was just positive energy. And I saw this person that should not be playing football talking about scoring some great goals. And I'm like, what's wrong with this guy? Who is this guy? And it looked like he was joking until I now started seeing videos that he was actually scoring great goals, like a real popping footballer. So when the KBAC representative said it was an offside goal, I knew that couldn't be true. I knew that could not be true because I've seen some great goals scored by Jarus. And it's a big deal to write one book. I don't know how many people have written a book here.
You can check on the website of New Telegraph newspaper.
Title of your book.
Poetry.
Title of your book.
No, I said it's poetry, not
okay.
a conventional book.
Okay. The point I was trying to make is that it's not easy to write a book, I assure you. And then to write 4 at the same time. I don't know if you guys have given him a standing ovation. If you have not, this is a good place to do it. This is a good place to do it. 4 books, diverse subject, well printed, quality people in the Can you please sit down? Thank you very much. If it's not easy to write a book, then what we must do is that let's make it easier for others to write. If people see that after you write a book, people don't buy, they will not write any book. So if you are here, forget donation, apart from donation. If you are here, if they don't bring the mic to you, make it a commitment to yourself. The worst thing that should happen when you leave here is that you should buy at least 1 of each. That's the worst case scenario for you. Like Nigeria budget or budget. For you to have come here, either somebody paid your transportation or you paid your way. That means you had extra money to leave your house. And you probably get to eat too. Please, you must buy at least each of these books. That's the worst case scenario. I don't think any of us goes to the mosque or to the church to ask for the worst case scenario. So make yourself above the worst case scenario by doing more than that. Please, make yourself above the worst case scenario by doing more than that. I can tell you something from my own experience as somebody who wrote a book and published the book. Out of 100 naira that you will make from your book, out of 100 naira, 85 naira, if you make 100 naira from your book, let's say this is the market, these are the people that bought the book, whether online, offline, everywhere. Out of the 100 naira total money made from the book, 85 naira of that 100 naira will come from just that table. That means people will buy in bulk. You see all those one by one purchases, they don't do anything. That's the truth. One of my joys today is as I went to that event, the convener of the event said I should come with 100 copies of my book, 500,000 naira. That's how I have sold my book. So if you are here and you have the capacity to buy this book in bulk, buy them and hand them to people. The good thing is that Jarus is well-traveled, he's a professional, he's an accomplished academician, first-class citizen, first-class academic, first-class personality, social footballer. So everything he says, how you know a book is good is not by reading it first. By looking at the person that wrote it. If you never make $1 billion, and you now say, how to become a billionaire, show you is it from you that I'm going to hear? But if you wrote a book that says, learning from the pathways and behaviors of billionaires, you now give an example, listen to you. But if another billionaire, if a billionaire, a proper billionaire writes it, is that billionaire I'll buy it from. So if there's anything we should buy, we should listen in their book, is Jarus. Please, please. The least you should do is get it. I apologize, I couldn't be part of the panel, but let's face it. Those of us that listen, what you would have noticed is that everything that we say in these panels, that another panel will say tomorrow, that some said last year, is what we've been saying. So the question is, when it comes to Nigeria, it has nothing to do with what we are saying. It has everything to do with what we are doing and what we are not doing. So in terms of doing, let's pay for your book. So when you pledge, pay for the book today. Don't let them chase you to come and pay. They already put their accounts. Transfer is the fastest thing. Pledge, pay so that to you tomorrow. Let's be the difference that we want to make in Nigeria. When you ask yourself that Nigeria is, let's look at yourself. If every Nigeria was like you, would it be a good country? Thank you very much.
Wow. A round of applause to Dr. JJ. So we are done. Like, if you want to get the book, please let's get there.
Please,
but
just to mention that the price of one of the book is 4,000 naira. So if you are getting a pack, it should be 16,000. If you are pledging also, we expect a minimum of 16,000 naira for the four.
So as Mr. JJ Emojua was giving us his time, my daddy here.
Ah. I would have made a pledge and arranged a payment plan. But after listening to the last speaker, I'm not afraid to make a payment plan. So I will modify my pledge immediately to a pack of 5. I will buy a pack of 5 immediately. The rest will be after discussing with directly. Thank you very much.
Hello, my team, a pack of 5. I able daddy here. 5. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you, sir. So, stand. Like I said, wa Alaja Bashirat Oyewale. Is eating present, and I will not want to disturb my mom, so we'll come to her later. Can we have a bit of sound from those in the music? Can we have a bit of sound? Just something cool. Our book stand is there. Each copy of Sir.
Oh, thanks very much, for inviting me to come and speak one more time. And I'm sure when I spoke earlier in the morning, most of the people in the room now were not when I spoke earlier in the morning. I want to thank everyone that has come from far and near to come for this event. People came all the way from Enugu. Ben Kisley, where are you? You came all the way from Enugu to come for this event. I mean, I'm not taking that for granted. My very good friend Sabo came all the way from. He's always everywhere. I don't know whether he came from Abuja or far. He came from somewhere. My very good friend came all the way from. He's always everywhere. I don't know. I can't remember whether he came from Abuja or far for this event. My good family, they came all the way from Ofakwara State for this event. I shake it again. And I want to thank everybody who has come, for this event. Most of the people in this room came from Lagos. But our mommy I shake it again. Our sister our brother my very good friends. Everybody in this room is a friend or a colleague, and I want to appreciate everyone. It's been a very, very interesting session. I'm not a social person. I didn't plan the birthday party. I never wanted the birthday party. I've never done it in my life. But I felt like, for the occasion of my 40th birthday, let me just sort of organize something that is intellectually stimulating so that everybody can ultimately benefit. I believe so much in Nigeria. I'm meant to be, making merry and having fun. That was at 40, balloons and all of that. But for me, having a just society, having a fair society is very good for me. Having shared prosperity is very good for me. So that's why I'm using this occasion to launch books. I'm also using the occasion to, get some of, my colleagues, some thought leaders, people I also looked forward to just come and speak to people, and perhaps also trigger discussions around how we can make ourselves better. If everybody is, good, ultimately the country is good. I hope all the lessons we've shared here today, we're going to imbibe them. I hope, some of us that are people in the room that are still young, I hope you're going to learn from, the lessons that have been shared in this room all together. All my very good friends who have committed large sum of money, and those who committed, whatever amount you've donated, I'm so happy for that. I mean, it is something that I'm not taking for granted. I enjoy writing, and the joy of a writer is when the books are being read, when the books are being, when the lessons in the book are being imbibed, and I'm sure that ultimately at the end of the day, everybody is going to take something away from the books, take something away from me, and hopefully, I'm not a big man. I'm just a regular guy you can probably meet eating amala at the Buka. So please don't, because of all these big names, I don't think like I'm one big man. I'm, the guy you can meet anywhere, and I will continue to do, the things, I continue to do. My children say I get angry. I try not to get angry again, and hopefully come in a better way. So thanks so much once again for coming from far and near. And as you return to your various destinations, I want to believe that God Almighty will, guide you, protect you, and ultimately, when we invite for subsequent events, we meet ourselves in better conditions than this. Thank you so much, for coming. I appreciate it.